Welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Swirl to Investment Network, where we talk about interracial love and marriage. Hope you enjoy Swirl to Investment.
All right. Hey, Sandy. We're up here parasailing. Whoa. Hey, everybody. Let Sandy say something.
All right, how's everybody doing tonight? It's good to be here. Happy Friday. I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Tonight, okay, I want to talk about this. And the title on here is Reflections, Black Women and White Men, Love, Loyalty, and Legacy. Okay. And this is what I see. Okay. And what I'm going to talk about tonight is what I see, my experience in my interracial marriage, interracial dating before my marriage. And, it's like Black women and white men, and a lot of things were a reflection of each other. Okay. When we come together with love, marriage, we build a family together, build a legacy. A lot of times it's like we're looking in the mirror. And I don't know if you guys see this, but I do. Okay. Black women, white men, we have a lot in common. Okay. We, our relationships and marriage is the best. We are the most successful. Black women and white men together are more successful than a black couple, a white couple, or any other combination. We are number one. We lead the way. We set the standard. I know a lot of people don't want to admit that, but it is the truth. If you look at numbers, numbers do not lie. Okay. I might show you some slides I got, and I'm going to show you some stats. Okay. And I've shown them over and over. And you might ask, why do you keep showing these stats? So it sinks in. Okay. They've done many studies on this. Okay. And interracial marriages right now, when you're looking at Black women, about 12% of Black women in America are married to white men. Okay. Some studies say higher. Okay. Back in 1980, it was about 4%. Now it's 12%. And like I said, some studies say it's even higher. So a lot of times we do not get the numbers in real time. It's kind of a delayed effect. Okay. And a lot of these pro-Black or SYM, SYSYM, whatever, will show old stats to show that to try to show that black women and white men were not coming together. It's just very few. The numbers are climbing. Okay. And in fact, right now, in 2024, 2023, there's actually been more black women and white men marriages than black men and white women. Okay. We've caught up to them. We're passing them now. There's a shift going on. Okay. And, but we could go in the numbers, how many are doing it. But for me, it's not how many are doing it. Okay. Because I'll have black men tell me, well, we date and marry out more than you. We date more women than you date black women, and we have a higher number, and we're more desirable than you to other groups of women. Well, that's great and that's fine, but you cannot compare to us by our marriage stats. Okay, they can't. They have a higher number. You'll have a higher body count. Congratulations, but I'm for the quality, not the quantity. I'm for the marriage, not the hookup. Okay, I'm for legacy. I'm not for the experience. Okay. So, regardless of what the numbers are, how many we're doing it, we are the most successful. Okay. Let me show you these slides. And all right, percentages of black women married to white men. Okay. If you look at this, in 1980, it was 3% of black women married to white men. I said 4, it was 3 in 1980. 2023 is 12%. Okay. That's 4 times what it was in 1980. 4 times. And the population has grown. So that's millions more black women and white men coming together in marriage. Okay. Now, 50% less chance of a divorce than black couples. Okay. Black women, if you marry a white man, according to statistics, you have a 50% less chance of a divorce than if you married a black man. Okay. Now, 44% less chance of a divorce than white couples. White men, listen to me. You have a 44% less chance of a divorce if you marry a black woman. Okay? Than as if you married a white woman. Yes, it's true. It's factual. We're better off as white men marrying black women, statistically. Okay? Black women, you're better off with a white man, statistically. Okay, that's factual. That's data. Okay? Our numbers are increasing and our success rate is increasing. Okay? All the other groups cannot compare to us. They can't put the numbers up that we can. Okay? So really, who's really loving each other here? What relationship is the best? Okay. Let me put this slide up here. Interracial relationships, the truth. Okay, and I'm kind of going over the same stats. It's the same thing, just a different slide. Black women and white men marriages are the longest lasting. Black women and white men marriages, 50% less of chance of a divorce than black couples, 44% less chance than white couples. Numbers of black women, percentage of black women married to white men in 1980 was 3%, 2023, 12%. Okay. You want to know the percentage of black men married to black women? It's about 26%. Okay. Only 30% of black men are married. Okay. And about 26% are married to black women. Okay. So there's a number that's being floated, and you hear black men saying this. Sometimes black women, they'll say that 85% of black men are married to black women. Oh, that's great. 85%. Well, that don't work when only 30% of black men are married overall. So what it is 85% of 30%, which is 20, I think it's like 25.5%. So we'll round it up to 26%. See how the numbers are shifting? And 12% of black women married to white men, numbers are climbing. There's a shift going on. Okay. Now there's a shift going on the other way with black men, white women, and non-black women, right? Their numbers are climbing too. And what's happening in our country is we're having a interracial shift from both sides. Okay. And as time goes by, people are going to do that. They're going to open up our options. Once we got out of segregation, hey, I mean, we're procreating with each other during segregation. Now that we can do it legally, it's going to happen even more. And that's a good thing. Okay. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, I got one more slide to show you guys here. This ain't going to be a real long live, but I just want to make a point here. Okay. All right. This slide here. Okay. Reflections. Black women and white men. Okay. And this is similarities we have where we reflect on each other. Okay. We are both leaders in our communities. The black community, black women are pretty much the leaders of the black community. Okay. The white community, obviously, the white man is the leader. Okay. We are the leaders in our communities. We are also the workhorse in our community. We're like the mule. We do the work. We take care of our families and our counterparts. Okay. We are the leaders. Black women, white men, we're leaders of our communities. Number 2, held accountable. Okay, black women in the black community are held accountable for just about every freaking thing there is. Okay, and I see it so many times in social media where they'll blame black women for the out of wedlock birth rate, blaming black women for not doing better. Black women are constantly told, black women, you need to do better. You need to do this. You need to go natural. Black women are held accountable for many things. And most of them's not their fault. So it's crazy. And of course, white men, we're held accountable. Anything in history that's went wrong is our fault. Anything that's going wrong now is our fault. Anything that's going to happen in the future is our fault. White supremacy, racism, that's white men's fault, even though the rest of the world had racism and slavery and all that crap, but it's white men's fault. We're held accountable. Okay. Black women and white men, we're held accountable in our communities a lot more than our counterparts. That's facts. But what that accountability does is it makes us strive harder to do better. Even if you're not wrong, psychologically, you try to improve. Black women are always trying to improve. And from their education level, from just adapting and overcoming problems. And white men, we have no choice. We have to improve. We don't have an excuse. As a white man, I can't say if I'm a failure, oh, it's the system, it's the man holding me down. People laugh at me. Okay, they laugh at white men for that. We don't have that comfort factor. We don't have an excuse. We either sink or swim, and that's good because an excuse is only something to latch onto to make you weaker. Okay. All right. Number 3, puts each other and family first. Black women and white men, we put our families first. We put each other first. And that's a beautiful thing we have. Okay. We're used to taking care of our counterparts. We're used to putting the family first, sacrificing. We put our counterparts on a pedestal, do we not? Black women, white men. Becky's on that pedestal, and Tyrone's on that pedestal. Okay, we do that in our communities. We speak life into our counterparts. We uplift our counterparts. We coddle them. We take care of them, and we take the blame for them. Okay, and when black women and white men come together, and we're conditioned to put everybody first, we develop a power couple and we appreciate each other. Okay, because our counterparts a lot of times don't appreciate us. Thus, that's why more of us are opening up our options. Number 4, share traditional values. Okay, here's a big one. A lot of my traditional values, I have a connection with black women, and a lot of white men that are traditional connect very well with black women because we share traditional values. Okay, we want marriage, we want family, and we share that in common. Okay, not to say other groups don't have traditional values, but we really embrace our traditional values. We do. Okay, and then black women, white men have the most successful and lasting marriages. Okay, that's facts. That is the honest to God truth. We have the longest lasting marriages, the most successful. And one thing I did not put in that slide, black women, white men have the most wealth together. Okay? Together. All right, so let this sink in. Okay, I know our counterparts would say, oh, well, black women and white men are successful because it's white supremacy. And some of these pro-black and SYSBMs, let's be honest, they'll say, well, they're a part of white supremacy. They even sometimes link us with racial hate groups and make it like we're in cahoots with the black woman to go after the black man, which is a total lie. It's a bunch of BS. Okay? We're more successful because we work harder. Okay? White men have more wealth with black women than with white women. Think about that. Why is that? It's because of black women's character. It's because of the love they give us. And white men, we return it. Thus, we're constantly building up each other. You take two positives, you put them together, you get more power. And I know this sounds bad, but our counterparts, they're the ones on the pedestal. They're the ones that are lifted up. They're the ones that are pampered. Okay? Put them together, they don't do as well as we do. And here's another thing. Black men and white men are more successful with black women. Let me say that again. Black men and white men are more successful when they are with black women. When black men open up their option, their marriage success rate goes down. When black women open up their option, their marriage success rate goes up. When white men, we open up our options with black women, our marriage success rate goes up. So white men are better off opening up their options with black women. Black men are better off staying with black women, but a lot of them don't want to. But that is the truth. If you look at the numbers, okay? I know we're all individuals and there are good and bad in every group. There are. Okay? But for some reason, black women and white men do better together statistically. They have more wealth statistically. And our biracial children do better than other groups statistically, okay? I'm not saying it's that way all the time, but mostly it is. Okay? I'm just saying, and it's because we pour in the love. We pour in our love to each other. We're more connected emotionally and spiritually. Okay. And it seems like black women, white men, we come together on with our love firing on all cylinders. We don't just come in because of the physical attraction, all right? It's there, but it's part of it. Where our counterparts, in my opinion, a lot of times they get together for the good time, the experience, and the here and now. And I know I'm gonna get hate for that, but really, I think that's what it is. Okay. But if you look at the numbers, we're winning and we're winning big, ladies and gentlemen. Black women, white men, we're winning big. And black women are winning big, not just with white men, but with Asian men and other groups of non black men. Okay. And I would say it's because of black women, because of their love, their nurturing, and their character. Okay. If you open up your heart, if a black woman loves you and you open up your heart to her, she'll make you better than you ever thought you could be. She'll bring out the love in you too. Okay. There's no other love than the love that comes from a black woman, hands down. Not saying there ain't great women of other races, there are, but something about black women. Black women are the best of the best. I'm just saying. And it's because of their character, because of their love, because of their, attitude, because of they want to pour into you. They put themselves aside for you. Black women are always putting others above themselves. And I think it's just in their nature. Okay. And I would say to black women, look, put yourself first. You've done enough. Okay. I would just say open up your options. Okay. Okay. Now I want to do a reaction on this TikTok. Okay. And this woman, I've done many reactions. She probably hates me right now, but I don't care. Okay. And she's going to say something and she's going to make it sound like she's neutral and love who you love, marry who you want. But, this thing about white men treating black women better, she tries to make it sound like it's a myth. Okay. Do white men treat black women better than black men? I would say yes. Okay. Now, there are evil white men that'll treat black women bad. Yeah. But generally, we treat black women better. And I think it's because of our culture, how we've been raised, and how we've been groomed from a boy up to a man. Okay. And then black women just bring out the best out of us. So, anyway, well, let me put this up here and you tell me what you think. Okay. I'm not using this to trash this young lady, but I'm using this to what she said to make my points. Okay. And, you tell me if I'm wrong or right, but, and tell me what you think. All right, let me put this up here.
So I'm not here to try to convince any woman.
Okay. You recognize the young lady? Okay. Pro-black. I would say black male worshiper. But she says white men treat us better. Yeah. What's that? A comment? I love your content. All but truth. White men are better. Oh, okay. All right, let's hear what she has to say. Okay. All right, young lady, go ahead and tell us what you think.
So I'm not here to try to convince any woman that they need to date or marry any particular race. I just believe in having honest conversations. And unfortunately, when black women talk about interracial relationships, it's usually dishonest. Oftentimes what happens is that we had bad or failed experiences in the black community, And then we want to take those broken pieces of ourselves and then bring it into the white community without first being self-reflective. If you can literally say an entire people group, an entire race of men is better than another race, that means you probably don't know them.
All right, first of all, it's not about a certain race being better or a group being better. It's about getting better results. Okay? White men were not better, but we do treat black women better. Okay? And if you look at the numbers and you see our marriage stats with black women, they're much better than when black women marry black men. Our numbers are a lot better. Okay? Why is that? I say generally we treat black women better. And here's why. Okay, those of us that love black women, we don't expect instant access to black women. We don't think we have a right to black women. We don't think that just because we're a man, she should be with us. No. In fact, a lot of times we don't think we're going to get that access. And when we do, we appreciate it. We embrace it. We truly cherish and love black women. That's why our marriages last longer. We see the value in black women. We don't look at them and say, that's our women. No, we say, that's a beautiful woman that I want to be with. And when she says yes, we embrace it. We're thankful for it. We look at it as a blessing, not as a right. Another thing, most white men, we don't look at white women as our women. No, the only women that is your woman is your wife. Okay? So it's not about who's better. It's who gets treated better by who. Okay? Please stop. Yeah. But I just want to make this point because she's trying to say, oh, because you had a bad experience, now you're taking it to another group, and that you need to self-reflect. Well, black women, how many times you have to self-reflect? How many times you have to stay in the community and only date black men and reflect and try to fix yourself and try to look at things? I know some black women that are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, never been married because they've been taking advice that she's given. Look, black women, you outnumber black men by over 2 million. Just to start. Okay? All right? So there's more than 2 million of you than black men. That's number one. Black men are going to date and marry out more than you do. And then you take the ones that are incarcerated, you take the ones that are gay. If you do the math, somebody's going to be left out here. And that's the same. And even if every black man married a black woman, you're still a lot of black women left alone. Okay? So rather than reflect and look back and try to see, maybe you should open up your option and look at other groups of men and who treats you the best, go with that group. And I'm not telling you it's going to be a white man, but for a lot of black women, it will be. That Asian man might love you. That other non-black man might think you're wonderful and give you his heart. I'm just saying. But anyway, let's continue.
Because if you actually knew white people, you would know that they also have struggles, that they also have issues. I mean, 80% of Americans, just about 80%, live paycheck to paycheck, including white people. So no, white men aren't going over here, all of them with trust funds, buying their women houses, flying them out on yachts, just treating them like.
Oh, well, I bought my wife a house. I didn't fly her out on a yacht. I'm not that wealthy, but I did buy her a house. And look. Oh, oops, she disappeared. But look, she's right. We all have our problems. She's 100% right. But even though we all have our problems, you're going to get a better result from white men than any other group of men. black women seriously. And saying they aren't all flying you out doing all this. No, but we're showing more love, more affection. And in fact, white men, we can open up. It seems like, and tell me if I'm wrong, we have a way of expressing ourselves, our love to black women, much easier than black men do. I'm just saying. I mean, and talk about problems, okay? When we come together, don't our problems lessen? I mean, what's the out of birth rate when we come together than with you're in your own community? But yet, black women take the blame for that, right? I'm just saying, we all have our problems. She's 100% right. Well, how come when people are saying white men are fetishizers and they're lustful and they just want you for an experience, how come she ain't saying not all white men are like that? You never catch them saying that. Oh, because you had a bad experience with a white man. Well, why don't you reflect and give another white man a chance? That wouldn't happen. But because the marriage rates are failing in the black community, and because the out of birth rate is high, and when black women open up their options, they're finding more success. They come out here with this and make it sound like neutral. Oh, well, you just chose wrong. You need to reflect and choose better. Okay, choose better. Open up your options. Just saying. All right, let's continue.
Goddesses, no, that is a literal fantasy and fairy tale. As I mentioned before, if white men were treating all of their women like queens, then feminism would not have been started. Feminism literally started by white women who were unhappy with their position in society. They wanted more power, they wanted more access to wealth, they wanted more agency. So no, that's not true. Also, white men treat us better, but they don't marry us. Currently, about 1% of white men in the United States of America have a black wife. I'm not.
Okay, 1%, she says. She used to say less than 1%. Now it's 1% now. Let me tell you about 1%. Did you know actually less than 1% are serving on active duty in our military in the United States? Less than 1% serve in the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines on active duty. Less than 1%. That's a whole lot of people. And more white men are marrying black women than that? Are you sure it's 1%? Let me give you some other numbers. Okay. White men are about 35% of the population in America. And I think white women are 37% or something. 35% of the population is white men. You know what the population of black women is? 7%. 7% to 35%. So there are millions and millions more white men than black women. Okay? But if you put the percentage of black women married to white men, it'll be higher. Much higher. Now, if black women in America, if every black woman married a white man, you know what our percentage would be? About 28% married to black women. It would still be low. And that's if we had every black woman in America married to us. So the numbers are always going to be low, even when every black woman marries a white man. So it's all BS. All right? And now it's from Loving versus Virginia, the interracial marriage rates for black women and white men have increased to about 400 to 500%. 400 to 500%. Just saying. It quadrupled since 1980. But see, that 1% don't mean nothing. Okay, let's say it's only 1%. Let's say it's less than 1%. Let's say it's 0.2%. We still have the most successful marriages. We still have the longest lasting. And our kids are more successful generally than any other group. So I'm not looking at how many of us do it. Black men got us beat that. They got the numbers. They got the body count. They're getting with more groups of women than white men are. But they can't stand up to us when it comes to our marriage rates. Facts. They can't compare. Anyway, let's continue. I promise, guys, this will be the last time I use her.
I'm talking about a girlfriend. I'm not talking about a side piece. I'm talking about wife, married, shared assets, all of that.
Yeah, we share our assets more than black men do. We're more open to sharing our wealth than black men will with black women. Okay, let's talk. Let's have real talk. Okay, only 27% of black women are married in America. Okay, only about 30% of black men are married. So it don't look like they're marrying you either, there, young lady, and it don't look they're taking care of their children. The biggest group of out of birth rate is in the black community, but they'll turn around and tell you it's your fault. You should have chose better. You should have, you should have fixed yourself. You need to do better, black women. How many times we hear that? I'm just saying. Look at the marriage rates in the black community, black women, and tell me. And look at the numbers of black men and black women. Does it make sense to just everybody stay in the black community? Every black woman be loyal and just self-reflect and do better and, just come on. I'm just saying. This is all BS. This is an attempt to tell black women, hey, it's not so bad. Just do better, reflect. Don't take your problems to another group. Why not? Afraid something will happen? Afraid the shift will take place? Afraid more black women are going to marry out? Why would she be worried about that? More black women leave, that's more black men for her. Right? I'm just saying, hey, Believe, how's it going? All right, let's continue.
It's about 1%.
Oh my God, only 1%.
Also, they literally had to pass a Crown Act in 20.
Oh my God, only 1% are rich. So should we not strive to be rich? Only, the top 1% are the most successful, but should we only strive to be the best of the best because only a few do it? Come on.
19 to ensure that black women could wear their natural hair in white-only spaces and not be discriminated against.
Oh, here we go. White supremacy. At it again. The discrimination of wearing your hair. Well, look, I'm against that too. And newsflash, a lot of white people didn't understand what that was about. Didn't even know about it. Newsflash, a lot of us believe you should have your natural hair or whatever hairstyle you want to wear. And let's talk about being shamed about hairstyles. How many times have black men went in on black women because of their weave, because of their hairstyle, because they're not natural, because all their makeup, because their eyelashes, because this and that? Oh, but that don't matter because as long as it's natural. And let's talk about another thing about white supremacy. How about colorism, which is practiced more in the black community than the white community? We don't even look in today's world. When we date black women, we don't even realize your skin tone. We don't even know your shade. We see you as a black woman. In fact, white men cherish black women more than black men do. We embrace their skin tone. We embrace their features. We think it's beautiful. Whether she's light or dark, we don't even know the difference because we don't focus on it. But how many dudes will look at you because of your skin tone, because of your hair, and if you wear a weave, oh my God, I mean, gosh dang, you know what? I'm going to tell you something, black women. When you come with us white men, we don't care about your skin tone. We don't care if you wear a weave, a wig, braids. If you feel beautiful, you do you. We're going to leave the hair and makeup to you, ladies. How about that? Because no matter what hairstyle you wear, you're the most beautiful women on earth. And yes, weaves do look nice. Come on. So yeah, you can go on that hair thing and try to spin a white supremacy thing, but you know what? I see a lot more black men embracing white supremacy and using it against black women. Let's be honest. I know you don't think a white man should say this. It's I'm out of my lane.
But white men treat us better.
Yes, we do.
Really, the math ain't math, and at the end of the day,
all right, Pygmisha. Look, the math is mathing. Okay, you just want to worship and uplift black men, and you want to stop black women from opening up their options. Good luck. You ain't going to stop the shift. Neither you nor Umar Johnson are going to stop it. It's going to happen. And let me tell you something. There's black men leaving you and talking about you like you ain't nothing, running the Becky and Mailing. It's happening. What about that? Oh, but I've seen her. She coddles the SYSBM guys. Oh, well, there must be something we're doing wrong. They're leaving. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
you're gonna find good black men out there, bad black men out there, good white men out there, bad white men out there. It's not about the race of men. And I think a lot of times when black women start to pedestalize one group of men and overlook another group of men, we're not dealing with the root issue.
Okay, let me say this. She's right. There are good black men, good white men, bad black men, black men, good and bad on both ends. Okay, you're right. But this pedestalizing white men, no, black women are being treated better by white men. So they're showing white men love. And look, and we show black women love. There's nothing wrong with putting the one you love on a pedestal. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with expressing your love for who you're married to and saying good things about them, making them feel beautiful. People say I pedestalize my wife. Okay, I do. And there ain't a pedestal big enough for my wife. That's my way of expressing my love and showing her I love her and telling the world how beautiful and amazing my wife is. Yeah, I pedestalize her. So, you know what? She does it to me. She says great things about me. We're not supposed to do that for each other? I'm just saying. What's wrong with that?
Water seeks its own level. And if you're going from relationship and relationship and getting the same result, if you're the common denominator, it might be that there's something inside of you. Maybe there's some unhealed issues. Maybe there's some emotional trauma, some different things that need to be dealt with internally. Because if we don't become self-reflective and if we don't actually deal with some of the different issues that are actually impacting our relationships and impacting us, then whether we date somebody in our race or outside of our race, we're going to continue to recreate those same toxic scenarios. It's not about the race of the man. A lot of times it's about the character. If you have good character, you will attract good character.
Yep, you're right. It's not about the race, it's about character. And black women, white men have more character. I'm going to say it. You're right. We tend to put more love in each other. We do. Statistically. I mean, and if you're still going to get the same result, well, black women are getting a better result when they open up their option. Did you know that? They might get the same result with multiple black men, but when they open up their options, they get a better result. Did you know that? Did you know the black woman's marriage rate goes up when she opens up her option? The success rate goes up. Did you know that? Did you know there's a 50% less chance of a divorce when a black woman marries a white man opposed to a black man? Did you know that? And here's the thing. I've heard this crap over and over. And look, this kind of crap has been told to me back in the day when I opened up my options. I remember saying, well, you gotta, what do you gotta be? Go to black women. There's white women that love you and they would do anything for you. And maybe you just got something wrong with you. Maybe you need to self-reflect. Maybe you need to give these women a chance. Oh yeah. And you know what I say? You know what I said? Yeah, there's white women that love me. There is. No doubt. But I want the best. I want to be with a black woman because she is the best. She is better than any other group of women. That's where my heart is. I ain't going to sit around self-reflect and just wait for my own race to come around. Fuck that. I'm going for number one. What's best for me? I'm selfish. I want the best woman that I can have as a wife, and that's the black woman. And I'm not going to sit there like she's telling black women to do and say, oh, well, I got to self-reflect. Everybody has problems. Yeah, but there is a group that's better than other groups. There is a group that's achieving more. When certain groups come together, they do better than other groups. Look at the numbers. You only look at how many are doing it. You're not looking at the success rates. I mean, come on. Okay, let's take this off. All right. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't really want to react on her again, but I just had to do this because what she's doing with her little speech to black women is the same thing I was told back when I opened up my options, back in 94, when I married my wife. There were people that told me there are white women that love you. There are white women that would do things for you. They would be a good wife. Why do you have to go to a black woman? Why? When you got it here in our own community, there's so many more white women. What are you doing? We all have our problems. Why are you having to go out here? Why? Because nobody has touched my heart like black women have. So why would I settle for someone just because they look like me? And okay, if these white women love me, but I'm not into them, why would I waste my time and hurt them and hurt myself just to please society, just to please my group? That's stupid. I want results. I don't want to hear, well, you should have chose. Who gives black women the best result? Ladies, where do you get the best result? Are black men doing it for you? Are they marrying you? Are they taking care of you and your children? If they are, great. Love them and stay with them. But if he's not, go elsewhere. Life's too short. Ladies, you're better than that. You don't need to date down, marry down, lower your option, lower your standards. Come on. First time I saw that Kevin Samuels Joker, I was like, oh my God, that sounds like my dad. And tell me, and this is crazy, because how he was talking to black women is how my father talked to me. My father said, you know what? You want a good wife? You want a quality woman? You better work hard. You better get your shit together. You better pull your head out of your blank. And you better start making it happen, son. Because if you can't afford a wife, you don't deserve a wife. And if you're not willing to work for it, you shall not have it. And I'll be very disappointed in you. And you know what? And if she makes more than you, you better leave her alone because you don't deserve her. My father taught me to get my standards up if I want a quality woman, quality wife. This BS of telling women, oh, you got to go and come down to my standard, that is crap. And I see it so many times. Black women being told they need to do better, being told they need to choose better, being told that, what's wrong with them is their weave, their makeup, their lashes, all that crap. That's women's stuff. What kind of a man goes in on a woman because of her hair? Really? There's so many more things to look at. But I tell you what, I'm not settling for less. I don't know about you guys, and I tell white men and non-black men, you better start opening up your eyes, and you better take a look at black women, because there is a blessing here that you're going to miss out on. There's a group of women that will love you more than you ever thought possible. As long as you're a man, as long as you can make decisions and stand up, protect and provide, and get your ass to work. But I'm telling you, black women and white men are meant to be with each other. They are. We got so much in common. We're hardworking. We pour our love into each other, in our families, and we're conditioned to work, to make it happen, to put our family and our wives first. And that's why we do so good together. Because when we find love together, we're non-stoppable. Nothing can stop us. Nothing. There's nothing we can't do. I tell you what, I didn't choose a wife because she looks like me. That's stupid. I chose a wife that was the best option. Now give a damn what society thought. I don't care what my family, so-called friends, they can kiss my butt. I'm doing what's best for me. I want the best. And all this crap of, oh, well, you think it's better? They're not going to fly you on yachts? Yeah, but, they'll share their wealth with you more. They're more open to sharing what they have. White men are more open to marry women that have children already. And look, black women with children, think about it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And I see how black women are being run down, being talked about, told they need to do better. They're not good enough. You see these jokers running the Becky and Mei-Ling, and look, I ain't got a problem with that. If that's your preference, that's who you're attracted to, great. But why are you going to give the finger to the women that have given birth to you, that have raised you and poured everything into you? Let me tell you something. My preference is black women. Okay? But I do love white women in my community and my family. I'm not trying to save myself from white women. I just want a black woman with me in my home, my community. That's what an investor is. When I say swirl to investment, you take your interracial dating to marriage. I never wanted to change myself. I just wanted a black woman with me. And ladies, there's so many guys like me, it's not even funny. But we're not spotted because we're just an everyday white guy. So many people have told me through the years, they tell me today, oh, you don't look like the kind that would date or marry a black woman. Well, what kind is that? Because I'm not trying to appropriate a black culture or try to throw some slang in there. No, I didn't want to get away from my culture, my neighborhood, my family and friends. I just want a black woman there. And I got it. What's it going? Look, and what's it going to do? What good is it going to do me to go in and attack Becky? I mean, why? Unless she does something stupid. Now I'll make fun of white women all day. I don't care, but I don't hate them. I mean, and really, most white women don't care. I go to work. There's white women I'm friends with. I call them Becky's just for the hell of it. I don't care. They don't care either. But what I'm saying is, ladies, black women and white men, we're meant to be with each other. We are. And I think the more we figure this out, the better off we'll be as a society. I do. And I tell you, the most beautiful woman is a black woman, not just physically, but spiritually and emotionally. And if she's the most educated with the least amount of resources, to me, that's a sign of character. Why wouldn't I want that? And I see so many black women, and this makes me sad because I see black women that listen to these dudes that trash black women say, and they try to understand why they're upset. They try to go natural with their hair. They try not to wear makeup. They try to, what's that, Yo Joe? Only 0.0. No, it's 12% in America. Yo Joe. Look at your stats. It's not 3%. That was 1980. 1980. .3% of white men. Oh, point. Okay, that's higher than what's her say said. They are the most educated, Yojo. Look at the numbers. Who has the most degree? Statistically, not numbers, because black women are only 7% of the population. Don't be playing those number games, okay? But anyway, Yojo, are you a SYSBM, Yojo? What are you? All right. But anyway, let me drop the link here. You guys want to come up? I'll give you a chance to come up. If you want to talk or shoot the bull. Okay. Your girls cut me off. Curly Joe. Oh. There's Curly Joe and SYSBN, that's well, I just recently learned about it. They've been around a while. SYSB uh SYSBM, I from what I understand, it's Save Yourself Black Men. It's where they're leaving the black community, I guess, leaving black women behind and getting with non-black women, white women, Asian women. They're saving themselves from what? I don't know. What, from black women? The most beautiful, most loving group of women. Okay, save yourself and I'll run to the danger. Okay. But yeah, that's what it means, believe. It's a movement of black men that feel, I guess it's better, grass is greener over the hill. And that's fine. If that's what they want to do, I got nothing against them doing that. I just don't like the trashing of black women, in the middle of it. That's what I disagree with. I don't care if they get with it, white women, Asian. That's their choice. I mean, we all have a right to be with who we're with. Um, Joe means schemer. I'm trying to answer the question, but your fans cut me off. Black women have been trashing black men for decades. And black men don't trash black women, I'm sure. Yeah, just uh but are you SYSBM? Let him answer if he is. I want to know. I mean, I'm just curious because I'm trying to. You know what? I've been trying to get one of these guys to talk to me. One of these SYSBM dudes. Um, I'm just curious why their mindset is the way it is. I understand you got a preference. Okay, look, you're attracted to who you're attracted to. Okay, I'm not. I'm good with that. You want to go bowling for Becky's, by all means. Um, Mr. Charlie, I'm not SYSBM. Mr. Charlie, you're not okay. I was asking, is now there's Joe Blow. What's with all these Joes? You guys trolling me tonight? I don't care who marries who. My wife is Asian. Okay, yeah, I'm okay with that. Um, okay, but you're not SYSBM. You just happen to love Asian women. You married one. Okay, all right. Now I ain't got a problem with that. I just think black women have done so much for black men. Look, they're the most loyal, right? They're the most race loyal they are. And my thing is I hate to see them trashed when nobody fights for their men like black women do. So I kind of feel some kind of way when black women are being attacked. I don't like it because I love black women. I mean, I think they're amazing. They're awesome. I don't like to see them be attacked. I don't care if men go at it. That's whatever. But I don't know. Just black women, they just all right. All right, guys, you want to come up? Let me put the link. I'll give you a few minutes. If not, I'm going to go ahead and end it and call it a night and go hug my wife and tell her I love her and LOL got timed out again. Well, what are you saying, yo, Joe? You be nice. Don't be saying mean things about black women. You will get timed out if you do. Oh, you don't have a thing for Asian? She just happens to be. Joe hit Frogging Link. Hey, Bastonian, what's going on? Uh, Joe he hit the link. Oh wait, there's Hey Genesis. Hey,
Hey,
sorry about
hi, how are you?
good. How's it going? Sorry, I was looking at the comments. I didn't know you were down there.
Oh, that's
How's it?
fine. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Doing good.
Can you hear me good? Can you hear me? Because I'm on my Bluetooth.
Yeah, I hear you real good, loud and clear. Yeah, you're
Okay,
coming
because
through.
I had to charge my phone. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah, you
all
sound really
right.
clear.
And I got my picture up there. I figured it out. So, because last time we were having some technical difficulties.
Uh huh.
Oh, okay. So it's good to see you. It's good to see you. I'm so happy to be on your show. I've been out here in these YouTube streets
Uh
speaking and talking about, black women, white men relationships. The reason I've been doing that is because I've been getting a lot of attack.
Yeah.
So I just been, I've been, basically, I've been annihilating people, I'll say. And having
Oh.
fun because it's fun to me. This is fun
Yeah.
to me. You know, um, God is good, and I do believe that the black woman white man relationship, it has the most potential out of anyone else. I just want to
Hmm.
say, when you were talking about how I had made a point on the stream about black men when they got with non-black women,
Hmm.
um and I hate to, speak about them so much, but the thing about it is they speak about us. We don't even date outside the race to the degree that they do. And
Yeah.
they're afraid, they're scared. But the thing is, the motive and the intent for why they dated out the race was different than
Yeah.
it is for black women, white men. A lot of black men, and you see this even today, they team up with non black women, and the goal was to come against black women and genetically annihilate and exterminate us. So, a lot of, you know, a lot of it too, I think, is about sex because
Hmm.
you know how the Bible talks about men, they turn in natural relations for unnatural ones. Men become lovers of themselves, lovers of
Yeah.
money. They will never seek the kingdom of God, all of that. I'm not necessarily a biblical scholar.
Hmm.
My husband, he's a minister actually, but I'm not
Oh,
necessarily a
okay.
biblical. Yeah, he
Yeah.
has two master's degrees, one in theology, one in philosophy, and a minor in biblical education. So
Oh,
he's well scripted, well educated on the Bible.
oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, me on the other hand, the Bible to me is a book of situational ethics. So I don't want to be preachy or like
Yeah.
Bible heavy or whatever. But anyway, I consider myself spiritual. Um, Going back to my point, a lot of it for them it's about the sex, it's about the money with black men, non-black women relationships, and um, what happened with that relationship, the sex aspect. They came out of the worship of the life force, the worship of the vagina, which was something
Mm.
that the matriarchy, the black woman, held that agenda, the worship of the life force. So, and that was
Mm.
a fifth dimensional agenda. They went down to patriarchy, which is the third dimension. He went down to the worship of the phallus, which is a patriarchal operation. So that's
Mm.
why a lot of black men decided to date out the race because a lot of non-black women facilitated and supported the worship of the phallus because they were a part of patriarchy. At this point, they went down to the second dimension, which is the worship of the anus. That's why you're hearing a lot about, you know, uh, uh, the butt that's being worshipped, anal play, things like that. It
Mm.
was a time with the preference that they were dealing with the preference. For instance, Nat King Cole, I did some research for Black History Month. Nat King Cole, he was married to a light skinned black woman. and they
Hmm.
had Natalie Cole, his daughter,
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
ended up on drugs and things like that. Let me tell you
Hmm.
this. I found out this trifling, uh, excuse me, I found out that he had been messing around with a white woman for about 10 to 12 years. He was cheating on his black wife the whole time. You got to remember during the civil rights movement, they were using the lighter skinned black woman. They wanted her to be the poster child for
Mm.
the whites for the civil rights movement. Rosa Parks, they picked her because she was a lighter skinned black woman.
Yeah.
The original young lady, she was a teenage pregnant young lady, dark skinned teenage pregnant girl, was sitting on the back of the bus and was told to get up out of her seat to move for a white person. They didn't want her um, they didn't want her to represent that movement because she was not a lighter skinned woman. I researched that. This is so
Mm.
crazy to me because it was the civil rights movement, and you don't want a dark skinned black woman um, representing us in the fight for freedom. So these are the type of things. This is why I don't, I've evacuated Blackistan. As far as the the black community is wherever the black woman goes. We are the womb holder for that community. It is a matriarchal community. We are the womb bearers of that community. And the only reason it is still afloat is because of the black woman. Now, what happened in the black communities, black people have a lot to deal with because our bloodlines were infiltrated. This
Mhm.
is why you're seeing more black woman, white man relationships. See, this is what happened to the black man. When he dated outside the race, he
Mhm.
started dating women who were not a part of his bloodline. Okay. I can prove this. Okay. Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. Kanye West is a part of what's called the Andromedan bloodline, a 5D bloodline. Kim Kardashian is part of the insectilian bloodline. Okay. The insectilian is a completely overtly sexualized being with little to no skill sets. So he had no business getting with that bloodline. You understand what I'm saying? So that's
Mm.
why, as a collective, the black man, when it comes to interracial dating for him, he's had horrible results because he joined up with women who were not, as a collective, he joined up with women who were not a part of his bloodline. Now, what's happening when you see black women, white man relationships, you see, like for me, and for instance, I come from an Andromedan bloodline, Andromedan with insectilian on the recessive side. That's a 5D bloodline, fifth dimensional bloodline, and is melanin, feminine, dominant energy. That's what is considered a God body from the fifth dimension. My husband, he reads as a white man, but he comes from the Anunnaki bloodline. We have a genetic alliance with one another. See, I did my research before I started interracial dating. I don't just walk the walk. I talk the talk. I do this properly. Okay. You have to do your research when you're dealing with marriage, dating, having children with people. You can't just go out here because you see some white woman and a systematic social and financial benefit and think you're going to win because all your homies said, oh, I'm going to get me a white girl and all of this. You have to understand bloodline and you have to understand extraterrestrial lineages. This is why the black woman white man relationship on a galactic level, on a metaphysical level, on a spiritual level is going to win. On a financial level, we're top tier number one, and they see that. Now, I've been in these YouTube streets, and I've been on a couple of channels, talking everything that I've researched. And a lot of times, these people don't have facts. They're speaking out of emotion. Okay, they're afraid of the
Uh-huh.
relationship because they can see the anointing that's on that relationship. They know, black men understand and they know the potential of black women. Now, what happened? The reason, another reason they got with non-black women is because in the black community is more of a matriarchal community, and he
Mm.
couldn't keep up with the beats of that system with black women. A lot of times Black men, non-black women, they're pampered in their communities. They
Yeah.
don't want to actually do the work. So they want to walk into the room and everything is done. Now, where black women went, black women are, I'm going to say, we are at fault with the black man in some ways. One, because we coddled him. Two, because we didn't ask him to earn and work for us. A man has to earn, he has to work for everything that he gets, or else he will not appreciate it.
Right.
So,
Right.
right. So, we didn't ask him to do that. We were asking him to build. We were asking him to build with us, but he just didn't have the strength to, for whatever reason, he just chose not to. So, in other words, he couldn't keep up with our system. A lot of non-black women, a lot of times, white people in the white community, if something is not working as a collective under patriarchy, they are very quick to throw it away. So a lot of times under white supremacy patriarchy, racist white men decided, hey, we're going to pick the best white women that we can find, and then
Mhm.
the other ones we're going to throw them to the wayside. This pretty much kind of happened, I would say, around the civil rights movement. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where they started making cuts. The system of white supremacy, if something is not effective for their system, they will make cuts and they will get rid of it. This is what black women need to understand and learn. We have a matriarchy coming online. Okay. We have a system coming online in full effect. Luckily, we really didn't have to divest out of the black man. He threw himself away because he walked away from the community.
Yeah.
So we we have to learn as black women
Hey,
that we have to make cuts as well. So
yeah.
this is why okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Let me. Hey, Jacqueline F. Hey, I just hit timeout. She should be able to come back up. But I'll go in the studio and fix it. I'm sorry, Jacqueline F. You accidentally got blocked. I didn't mean to do it. Um, but it should just be a timeout. But I'll fix it. My apologies. I'm sorry, Genesis.
Oh, that's
Uh
okay.
yeah. I just had to put that out there because
Yes.
yeah. Hey, and guys, if you ever get blocked, just email me. I'll undo it. Sometimes it accidentally happens. Um, yeah.
Mhm.
But anyway, just email me and I'll fix it. I got to go in the studio to fix it though. But after my live, I'll fix it. Sorry. But
That's okay.
yeah, as you're saying,
Yes, but that's what I wanted to say is that's where they went wrong. They went wrong in
mhm.
a lot of ways because once you lose your ability to control yourself sexually, you
Mhm.
lose your ability as a man altogether.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah, unfortunately in patriarchy, they were taught that losing your ability sexually is like a prize. It's like being a pimp. That was celebrated.
Mm.
Now, one thing that I've learned as well at this point, the black man worshiping culture, things like that. The young lady that you showed on your
Yeah.
screen earlier, that's a part of that. Like I
Yeah.
said, you can't give a man a compliment if he hasn't worked and earned that. Why are you praising them for
Right.
doing nothing? So this is what happens. See, you got to understand with black men when they were dealing with preferences, it's a transactional situation. He has to pay to play. So he would there was some work systemically under the system that he had to do in order to get a non-black woman. But guess what? He used the black woman as a footstool to slingshot his way into their system. So he didn't even have to work to do that. The black woman did the work for the black
Mhm.
man to be with the white woman. But we didn't see that at the time because we didn't know that he was going to eventually walk away. When a narcissist walks away, Do not let them come back. Now, a lot of these black men are trying to come back to the black woman, not because they want us, not because they want a relationship with you, but because they see that you are winning. They see that you are dominating. They see that
Yeah.
you are doing good. They see that the hard work that we're doing is paying off. And he wants to come and finish the job and finish you off, black woman. He wants to destroy you. They hate you on all levels. They do. And what it is they are biologically messed up because they came down so low and they traded in natural sexual relations for unnatural relations. They don't even know what natural hair is unless it's on a white woman. They don't even know what natural is. Now, if you had a transgender, because some of the people, they didn't just trade you in for non-black women. Black men chose the transgender over the black woman. They chose
Hmm.
the gay man over the black woman. Yes, they did. So they didn't just choose preferences. They chose everything but because they were trying to find a way so they wouldn't have to do the work. Now, with the black woman, white man relationship, they are going to be faced with a reality check because now, if they even want to look at a black woman, they're going to have to compete with the white man.
Yeah.
We're coming
No,
to a time where I'm sorry, go ahead, because I
no,
was on the roll.
yeah, no, you're right. And I've been saying this. I've been telling these guys, and I know they laugh at it. I say, you're going to have to compete. Men
Hmm.
have to compete. That's what we
Yes.
do. That's what makes us what we are. Without competition, and you don't have to hate each other to compete. Um, the best man wins, but even when you lose, you become better till that day you
Hmm.
win. That's what it's
Hmm.
about. And
Yeah.
but they don't want to compete. They want
No,
black
they
women
no.
to compete for them.
Which is crazy because black
Yeah,
men do not fight against their own subjugation. I repeat, black men in the system of white supremacy, they do not fight against their own subjugation, yet they fight black women. On top of that, black men want to subjugate black women. Okay, wait a minute. If you want to subjugate anybody, if you want to have a slave, if you want to have a prison inmate, it costs money to house inmates. Slaves, it
yeah,
costs money to house a slave. It costs
yeah,
money to subjugate people. Black men are losing in all 9 areas of the system of white supremacy. That is the system they chose when they jumped their butts over there. They want black women to pay them for their own subjugation. Why would I
mm,
pay you as a black woman to be your slave? Why would I pay you? No one comes to your home and cleans your home and says, "Hey, you have to pay me so you can clean my house. You have to pay me to be my slave." They're discombobulated. They're delusional. They're done, dusted, deleted, and defeated. They're out of there. So that's why on a bloodline level, on an extraterrestrial level, because he is biologically tapped out, the black man, we've had to make alliances with 2 bloodlines, the Anunnaki and 3% of the Draco. This is why, and I keep
oh,
reiterating bloodlines and lineages.
yeah.
This is why
I
the
don't.
black woman,
No, I was
I'm
going to
sorry,
say
this is
I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I
okay. Well, I'm
well
just
what?
explaining. I've done my research. I'm explaining why the
Okay,
black woman, white man relationship is going to be so effective. It's going to
okay,
win, win, win because God, the ancestors, is behind this operation. It is behind this because it is going to be that relationship is going to be the thing that cleans up this society, that overthrows this system as a
yeah,
collective because the system of white supremacy is finished. It's over. It's
yeah.
done.
It is. It's gone.
Hmm.
You're right.
And I don't mean
And
to talk, I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I want to say something about that because a lot of times these guys are saying, "Oh, well, black women are the right hand of white supremacy." No, they're not. A black woman, white man is not white supremacy. It's
Not at
totally again.
all.
It makes no sense.
I can
White,
explain that too.
yeah, but
Hmm.
I think a lot of these guys would love to have white supremacy because the
Oh, they
black
would
man,
love it.
yeah, because a lot in many ways, black men, and how can I say that? I know I'm going to get some backlash on this, but I think
Say it.
in a way, black men have benefited from white supremacy.
Yes,
Uh,
they have.
but black there, when after segregation, white people were still kind of segregated, and the black man would have the black woman, and then now the white woman, and then other groups of women, where he could go wherever. Where white men, they just stayed with white women mostly. Now
Mm-hmm.
there were quite a few white men that were with black women back in the day, but it was like kind of like on the down low. It was
Mm-hmm.
kind of, but the black man kind of ran the table with that, you might say. But in today's
Mm-hmm.
world, it's not that way. Um, they're going to have to compete for black women. They could get with white women, but they got to compete for them too. And
Mm-hmm.
most white women ain't running to the black man. I know they want to put that image out there, but that's not happening. There are some that are doing it. And then the Asian
Mm-hmm.
woman, which they're chasing now, mostly Asian women are going to go with white men over black men. I mean, I'm
Yes,
being
they are.
honest.
Yes, they are.
Um,
Yeah.
so, but I don't care about that. I'm not trying to lift up white men, like, but I'm just saying that's really
Mm-hmm.
how it is. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I think they're feeling kind of like the crunch in a way. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and like I said, you're going to have to compete for black women. It's not, back when we're segregated, that's nobody was messing with a black woman. So she was there for you. And a lot of times, black women would have to endure the abuse from a black woman because that's it. But today's world, she can go wherever
Right.
she wants. And
Exactly.
before it's over, black women are going to dominate and run the table. Uh, when
That's
it
the
comes
truth.
when it comes to love and marriage, and they're going to
Mm-hmm.
win big. It's
Mm-hmm.
already happening. You
Mm-hmm.
know, bit by bit, and
Mm-hmm.
we're starting to see in black women's image. It's not what they try to portray.
No,
It's
it's not.
actually
We
very positive. I've seen it in
yes,
my
we're
family.
yes, we're very much in our pretty girl energy right now. If you go to
Yeah.
Sephora, if you go to Ulta, they're coming out with foundations and bronzers and all this stuff for dark skinned black women. Because
Mhm.
5 years ago, they didn't have they had it, but a lot of people didn't know about it. It wasn't mainstream. So
Yeah.
now, because in the beauty industry, because I'm an esthetician and a makeup artist, I work in the beauty industry. There,
Oh,
it's
okay.
like a whole new world right now for black women. I mean, it's awesome because so many cosmetic companies are coming out with colors and bronzers and
Mhm.
eyeshadows because they didn't have the color stories for black dark skinned women and black women. They didn't have
Right.
the the different colors and different things for us. So now that's a huge thing. There's a big market. Also, I'm seeing a lot of black women opening up their own businesses for in the beauty industry online, opening up, starting up their own cosmetic companies. Young girls doing this. You know, you don't need as much startup money to do it like you used to. Black women also are opening up businesses at a higher rate than any other race or gender right now. So it's just a lot of things going on with us. I think that people see that about us. Black men see that about us. They're afraid because he
Yeah.
knows that he doesn't measure up. And it's the subjugation aspect. I was on a channel and I was having a conversation like this, but they were kind of it was an anti-black black woman channel.
Oh,
um
okay.
they were saying that I was talking about the statistical marriage rates and stuff for black women, white men. Well, oh, that's just because black women put up with a lot of BS. That's just because we'll put up with anything. And so that's why we're getting married we're getting married or whatever. They always want to say something instead of speaking negative. You need to start working on yourself. But black women have surpassed black men as far as subjugation. What it is that this is what the host told me. Now, this is what he said, a black man, but he was transgender. Okay.
Mm.
So anyway, yeah. So he said that the reason I told him, I said, you don't see as many black women, right, white men relationships right now. So for it to be a hot topic on social media, why is that? He said that black men are scared because if black women start dating out the race, who are they going to have power over? Black men, who are they going to have dominance over? They don't fight their own subjugation. So the only thing that they have to mistreat is black women. They entered the system of patriarchy because they were a male, so they fit in that system. They have a seat at that table, but they
Yeah.
don't have. Everybody else subjugates black men and makes him feel low. The only person that he has to subjugate and mistreat is black women. So he's looking for the fun, glory, and material comfort from the non black woman. And the only thing he needs the black woman for is so that he can mistreat her. The only thing he needs us for is our resources and to treat us like ish. That's it. He doesn't want anything to do with you. Black women need to get this in their head. I feel so bad. It makes me feel so sad to see the young lady that you were showing earlier, the pick me
Yeah.
young lady, such a beautiful young lady. She needs to understand the hard truth. On a biological intrinsic level, black men hate you, sweetie. They do not like you. They find you genetically repugnant. Leave them alone. Evacuate Blackistan. You don't have to date interracially. That's
Right.
not necessarily the answer, but you need to be single and you need to get away from this black man bomb that is about to explode. You need to run, run, run. And they keep playing. They keep playing. It's like you have to love yourself. Black
Right.
woman, we've done everything for everyone else. We've
Right.
done everything. We've tried everything with the black man. I'm going to tell you, we've tried everything.
You,
Absolutely nothing worked. It's
you,
not you.
you know what? I was kind of wondering about this because I've seen her and I react. She is a beautiful woman, no doubt. I mean,
Hmm.
but she's out for black men like they can't do no wrong. And if
Oh my
black
gosh.
black women are trying to open up their options, it's like, well, you got to self reflect, heal, all this stuff, right?
Hmm.
And and I just wonder if she's just playing on this to get views because she's got a big following from black men. And
Right.
I've seen black women like this. They'll cater to black men and their channels blow up. Like
Yes.
Jessica X. I mean, I don't know where
Excuse me.
she went, but she'd have like an attractive picture and her accent. And these dudes were throwing money, and I, I think I fall in love with her voice and picture. I don't think she ever cammed up, but
Wow.
it's like, and then there's another one, Crimson Cure. She coddles black men too, and like,
Hmm.
and I'm just God. But these guys throw money at them. They just, I guess, because they're telling them what they want to hear. But
Exactly.
it's like, if you want to make money on YouTube, uh, and you're a light skinned black woman or a white woman, just tell them, tell black men how much you love them and how great they are, and just make up excuses.
Wow.
You'll be rich.
Isn't that
You'll blow
pathetic?
up. I'm
That's
serious.
pathetic.
Yeah.
Because they want to be accepted by patriarchy. It's so funny though, because they want to be accepted by patriarchy by the woman. It's
Hmm.
white supremacy patriarchy. They don't want to compete with white men. That's what that is. They're busy trying to be accepted by the woman that the white man don't even want, because they don't get Julia Roberts or Reese Witherspoon. The black man gets Coco and Amber Rose. Okay, they get some busted, disgusted, who they really choose type chick. They don't get the pick of the litter, because white supremacy patriarchy, it chooses what white woman it wants for the black man. It chooses. He doesn't make the choice. He turns his back on the best and the brightest of the black community. Okay, there was I was looking at Monique or whatever. Monique, the comedian. She's, I would consider her like a pick me or whatever, but she's very supportive of black men. They
Mhm.
drag her for filth in the comment sections. They drag her for filth. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what? She's so supportive of black men and they talk about her like a dog.
You think
It's sick. It's
yeah,
sick.
you would think they'd embrace her. But hey, I've seen this. I've seen black men turn down awesome black women and go to a white woman or Asian woman and then
Yeah.
get finessed like no tomorrow. I,
Yes.
I've seen it with my brother-in-law. He was in the white
Mhm.
women and they were trouble. They were, oh my God. And he was just into them so much. And
Mhm.
look, white women, here's the thing about white women. There's I call it a tale of two Beckys. Okay. Uh you're either going to get a good supported woman or someone that's conniving, that's going to take advantage of you, that's going to finesse you so much. And
Mhm.
and that's how white women are. They do it to white men all the time, but they're really doing it to black men because they're playing on their ego, they're finessing them.
Right.
And these passport bros, they need to watch out because these women overseas are playing them like a fool too.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
she's
you go.
teamed up with her man. She's teamed up with her man. She's not a throwaway when they go over there. Oh,
Mhm.
she's in cahoots. She's teamed up with her man. Like over there in Colombia, they're unaliving all these. They had 11
Yeah.
deaths, I think, in 3 months, and a lot
Oh,
of
it's
those men
11
were
now? I
yeah, it
thought
was
it was
11.
8. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I read 11, but there were the only reason they're talking about it now is because there was an Asian American man that went over there and he got unalived. A
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
of those men that got unalived were black men, but
Mhm.
it didn't hit the news feed until it happened to an Asian American. Because over here in America, there are a lot of rights and laws that protect Asian Americans more so than
Mm.
black people.
Oh,
So what
okay.
they do, they go over there and those women are not throwaways. They're teamed up with their men and they rob them together. So
Yeah.
it's funny because I'm gonna say this in America when black men were getting with the preferences, for instance, they teamed
Mm,
up with the preferences to come against black women because
mm,
they wanted to be able to run your resources to the non-black woman, and a lot of that happened. A lot of black men like Nat King Cole, Martin
mm.
Luther King, they were cheating on black women with white women. See, that's the difference between our relationship, the black woman, white man, and the black man, white woman. He was actually cheating on you with those women before he left the black woman. So
Right.
now the tables have turned. And see, they don't talk about that. They want you to forget about that. Oh, we know about that. He ran your resources over there to her. They teamed up to destroy the black woman. So now he's going over passport broaden himself over to Colombia, for instance, and she's the Colombian woman, for instance, is teamed up with her Colombian man to rob him, drug him, unalive him, and throw him away. They know that over there the laws are different, and Colombia, excuse me, they're not going to spend their tax dollars on an American person because he's not from there or she's not from there. They're
Right,
not going to
right.
spend their tax dollars to solve those murder cases and things like that. Why should they? Because you're not from here. So
Yeah.
so
They
all of that's.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
they're not going to unless the State Department puts pressure on them. That's the only way. Um
Yeah.
but this passport bro thing, and it blows my mind because I talked about it. I made a video about it, and I got some haters that are like, "Well, white men have done it forever, and they do it too." And they're right. They're right. They're absolutely right. And that wasn't my thing to just point the finger at black men. I said passport bros. I meant white and black. But here's the difference. This passport bros, they're putting it up there. They're packaging it. They're making it look like something it's not.
Hmm.
And being a passport bro is not a flex. It's
Right.
not. Um, there's a reason why people did it on the down low because it wasn't looked at as like something good.
Right.
You're being looked at as you can't get a quality woman in your country, so you're
Hmm.
going elsewhere. So they're
Right.
seeing you as a loser. I want to be honest.
Right. Right.
And you know, and I'm not against people finding love overseas because sometimes people work overseas, do business, and you might fall in love with a foreign national, but there's a different way they're going about it than going to the clubs and getting with these women with a big butt and trying to live out a fantasy. Um, but I'm telling you, it's not a flex. And these guys that
No.
glorify it, they're putting other men in danger. They really are because
Hmm.
they're selling a narrative that these women are so submissive, so loving. And Asian women have that stereotype of being submissive and loving, and some are, but I'm just saying. But there's a lot of them that will take advantage of you
Hmm.
and milk you for all you're worth. And
Well, a lot of non-black
yeah,
women in the system of patriarchy, they have been, they know how to play the patriarchal game. They know how to appeal
right,
to a male's ego in order to get what they want because they've been forced to. In that
yeah,
system, the men, they cultivate women to be what they are today. That's what
right,
patriarchy does. A lot of black men, they don't understand that. I think they're more so moving by their loins.
mm,
They're moving by that. They're not moving with their big head, they're moving with their little head. But I
yeah,
mean, this is
yeah,
when
right,
it's different. This is a different time right now. Because keep in mind, the relationship between black men and non-black women in America is not working. The proof is the passport bro stuff. So
yeah.
that relationship was a big disaster for him and the preferences. That was a
But
huge disaster.
what? Yeah, it's a disaster. Look, when black men get with white women, it's the absolute worst combination.
Yes, it
But
is.
but when white men get with black women, it's the absolute best.
Mm-hmm.
And I know people are going to come at me for this, but it's true. Look at the numbers.
Yeah.
Um,
It's a yeah,
yeah, but the thing of it is just it, it it just it just blows my mind. But
it
you know,
does.
but this
I think
past
yeah, I'm sorry.
yeah, but this passport bro thing, it just blows my mind that they're hyping it so much. It's like, dude, you go, anybody can look. It's not, you can't, how can they act like it's a flex? Any man can go over to Colombia, Philippines, any third world country, and have relationships with the local women. They
Mhm.
will treat you like a superstar. They'll be submissive. They'll tell you everything you want to hear. They'll do whatever you want because you
Mhm.
got money, because you got
Right.
status. You're an American. You're rich.
Mhm.
It's not that they
They're
want.
looking. Mhm.
Yeah, it's not that they want you. It's
Right.
what you have and what you can do for them.
Yeah,
And
exactly. But
yeah,
these black men, oh, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say these black men, they're looking for patriarchy on a budget. They're looking for patriarchy on a budget. So that's why they go over to these are
Mhm.
what, like third world countries?
Yeah,
Uh-huh. And they're over there thinking that, as you could say, it's a flex, thinking that they can flex. But
yeah,
um it's, I feel like this. I don't care if they go over there. If they want a passport, bro, to Mars, Nibiru, Jupiter, they can go, honey. I will get the NASA spaceship to fling your behind over there to Mars, Jupiter, Nibiru, passport, bro, yourself to another galaxy for all I care. But the
right.
sad part is it's not safe for them. It's not safe. They're going over there and getting unalived. They're
Yeah.
they're going over there and they're going over there and receiving karma. See, that's what's happening. But yet they're gonna do it. It's like a crash dummy. I
Ooh,
don't
ooh, ooh.
understand.
Speaking of karma, Genesis,
Yes.
I've said this, and you know, I remember Malcolm X. you remember when in the 60s, that speech he gave, he said that black women are the least protected, most
Mm-hmm.
disrespected.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually gave white men a, like a prop. He said, if we treated these women like white men do, he was actually saying white men are doing right by their women. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and he was telling black men, we got to take care of our women. We got to take care of the black woman because she's the least protected, most disrespected,
Mm-hmm.
and she still is today in 2024, unfortunately. In fact,
Mm-hmm.
it's gotten
Mm-hmm.
worse. But
Yes, it has.
I'm telling you, and there's something going on. It's spiritual, it's God. And if you don't do
Mm-hmm.
right by black women, I'm telling you, the
Mm-hmm.
karma is going to hit you like a
Mm-hmm.
brick wall. And
Mm-hmm.
it can even cost you
Mm-hmm.
life itself. I am telling you,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because you better do right by black women. And that you don't have to date them or marry them, but you better protect them and you better
Right.
show them love and respect. If
They
not,
need to stop working against us. They need to stop working
right,
against us behind the scenes. And
right.
that's the issue. They don't have to like us, they don't have to deal with us, but they were working against us behind the scenes. They
Mm-hmm.
were getting with the preferences of whomever, whoever, the preferences, the trans, the homosexual communities. One thing I'm discovering too, I used to think, and maybe this was just my unintelligence. I used to think that, like living in Atlanta, you see a lot of gay men. I didn't think
Mm-hmm.
that had anything to do with black women, but a lot of them are becoming homosexual and things like that, and they're on the DL, they're on the down low, they're discreet, and they're still teaming up with other men to come against black women, even though they're a full homosexual. I want to make a point too, with Tyler Perry and that
Yeah.
disaster they have going on. The a lot of the movies that they have that he produces, that all the Queen's men and all of the stuff, allegedly, I'm gonna say,
Mm-hmm.
that is blackface to the matriarchy. That nasty Medea character, that is blackface to the matriarchy. Okay,
Mm.
because we all know that the tooting the shotgun and the bad wig and the breast
Yeah.
flying to the knees, that is a
Mm.
disgrace, and they're
It is.
capitalizing off of that.
Ooh.
It is blackface. Think about it. When they used to do
It,
blackface
right.
in with white supremacy, when white people used to put the blackface on and act like they were black people, what
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Perry is doing, what that show, that all the Queen's men and all of that, it is no different
Wow.
what they're doing to the black woman. That's a nasty show about a woman that's a pimp. Notice it's a woman with locks in her hair. That's what they're doing, because a lot of these
I
movies are esoteric. A lot of these movies are esoteric. They
Yeah.
are dragging my bloodline for filth. They're doing that to the bloodline of black people, not just to black people. That's what makes it so nasty. That's what
I
makes it so
I
insidious.
I haven't seen that movie. Is it a new one? The Queen's Men or whatever?
Yeah, it's some woman that has lock extensions. Okay, since they want to
Okay.
be natural, she has lock extensions. Notice though,
Mm-hmm.
it's a lighter skinned black woman because she's not from the bloodline. She's not from the bloodline. Then she's supposed to have some strip club with all these male exotic dancers. That's not a part of matriarchy. That's not a part of matriarchy. During the matriarchy, we had warriors. We didn't have strippers and prostitution and male exotic dancers. That
Yeah.
wasn't going on. But my point is, I just want to point this type of stuff out because this is what they do to black people on a very deep level. This is why the
Mm.
trauma with black people is so bad. It's not just race, it's bloodline. And that's why I want to talk about that. But like I said,
Oh, okay.
you all people need to stop watching that crap. Don't give your money to it. It's blackface to the matriarchy. It's blackface to the black woman. In the black community, we had Big Mama. Everybody had their great grandmother, their grandmother, Big Mama. She was the matriarchy of the family and things like that. She held it together and all of that. These people are homosexual people, allegedly. homosexual people, you should, as I thought that you didn't have anything to do with the woman. They hate women, and they do, it's a mockery. It's like to
Mm.
drag us and to make us look bad. But when you put that stuff on social media, it gets a lot of views, it gets a lot of likes and
Right,
subscribers. They love clowning and defacing and devaluing black women when really they're the ones that are the degenerates.
right.
So I just wanted to make some of those points because like when you saw this situation with Puffy and Cassie, okay,
Oh
you gotta
God.
let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You gotta remember. Let me tell you something. You gotta remember. They come from the same system. Don't be fooled because Puffy has dark skin. He comes
Right.
from a genetically opposed bloodline against these royal melanated bloodlines. He's operating in the system of white supremacy. She's operating in the system of white supremacy. Okay, so they have a genetic alliance together. But what ended up happening is Puffy, they started eating their own foot. P Diddy started to he started to abuse his own bloodline and his own genetic alliance. That's why he's in trouble now. They're so crazy, and this is why y'all need to leave them alone, black women. Y'all really, and it's not funny, and it's serious. They're so crazy that they are destroying themselves. They'll destroy their own bloodline, their own alliance. You need to evacuate Blackistan immediately. But the thing is, too, if she was a dark skinned black woman, oh, they would be cheering P. Diddy on for abusing her the way that they
Mm.
did. But because she was a non black woman or whatever, that's debatable allegedly. That's another story. Because she was a non-black, a
Uh-huh.
non-black lady boy allegedly, because she was a non-black whatever that is,
Wow.
it's like, oh, we feel so sorry for her. But you're the same bloodline that drugged her and did all these things allegedly. You're the same bloodline that abused this person. So I don't feel sorry for them. I don't condone people being mistreated, but it's so many layers of lies. She knew what was up. She thought she was going to be the next Beyonce. She was willing to go through the hazing process, but it went too far. It went too
Oh,
far. She looked up and she couldn't get out of the situation. You see what I'm saying? I don't condone how she was mistreated. I don't condone any of that. But at the same time, these people, they have an alliance with each other and they thought they
yeah.
were going to be on each other's side. A lot of lighter skinned black women or lighter skinned women, non black women, they actually believed that the black man was going to treat them better. Maybe at first, initially, because they saw a benefit. But when the
Mm.
benefit ran out, his hand went up and swung across her preference face, allegedly. You see what I'm saying? Once that benefit run out, that black man and that preference, they start fighting each other. Once that
A-
benefit runs out,
Actually, the
yep.
preference gets treated worse than the black woman,
That's what
statistically
my husband
speaking.
said. That's what my
It
husband
does,
said.
yeah.
That's what
It,
my husband said.
it does. It's crazy. It's like
It's crazy.
the divorce rate goes up, the out of wedlock birth rate goes up with the
hmm
preference, right?
Yeah,
Look,
yeah.
look, with us white men, when black women are our preference, it gets better. We treat them
It get
better
better. hmm
because that's a preference is you prefer that over everything. You love her over every woman, right?
hmm
That's a
hmm
true preference. What they
Right.
got going on, I don't know what that is.
I wouldn't call it a preference. I would call it um you know, I guess I'm gonna do this for now until further notice. Okay,
Yeah.
wherever the benefit is, because black men do not want to build. Whatever the benefit is, that's where they're gonna go. Let me tell you something too. I was watching, and I'm just referencing. I'm gonna reference some of these so-called public figures.
Hmm.
Since they're on social media, using social media and abusing social media as a platform to fatten their pockets, all allegedly. But
Yeah.
I was listening to a show, I forget the show name or whatever, but there was this guy in there, that Christian Keys character, Tyler Perry's boyfriend, allegedly. Okay. And he was saying that the black woman is winning, natural women are winning. And if the black woman is winning and I get with her, I'm a win too. Let me stop you right there, bro. Let me stop you right there. First of
I
all, he would oh,
no, I
I'm
was
sorry.
when you're done, I got something to say about the natural women is when yeah,
Okay.
I got
But
something
I
to say.
wanted to
Go ahead.
address this. I wanted to address this to all black men. Okay. I want them to hear this. I'm hearing black men like this. Well, first of all, he's a white biracial. He's not even black. Okay. We're tired of these white biracial people predicating themselves above our community, the black community. Okay. Because they're actually throwaways of the non black community, appointing themselves as civil right activists and, this and that and the third and everything. We don't need you predicating yourself above our community. This is a melanated community. Okay. It's a matriarchal community. If we want you to
Mhm.
come to the barbecue, if we want you to take a seat at our table, if the black woman wants you to come to the barbecue and take a seat at the table, we'll ask for you. Don't come for us, we'll come for you. But he said that he had a preference for chocolate women. Let me tell you something. If you want a dark skinned, beautiful, salacious ebony queen like the one you see on this screen right now, named Genesis McGee, first of all, I'm married. So I'm not even on the table for negotiation. But you would have to work and earn to get a woman like me. He hasn't done any work. He hasn't earned anything to even talk to a dark skinned black woman. Allegedly, from what we know at this point, you may be on the DL, allegedly. You may have gotten a payout, allegedly. Okay. Why would we want
Right.
you? The only thing I would want him for, okay, is if I had $1 in my purse and I pulled it out and I needed him to take his shirt off. Okay. Maybe I'll pull out a quarter out of my wallet and then he could take his pants off for $1.25. Ain't nobody about to pay you $100,000, $10,000, or whatever he said, okay, to take your clothes off without doing nothing to you. You ain't that fine, brother. So we just sick of this because they assume. See, this is what happened with men like that. They assume because they know that the black man he deserted you. They think if they come back and say, "Oh, black woman, I want you," that's called pandering. That we just gonna accept them with open arms. Honey,
Right.
we do not want you. You're a loser. We're talking about if the black woman is winning, then I'm gonna win too. Who said we even want you? Like I said, they hate you. They
Right.
hate you on all levels. They're just coming back to take your resources. Who are we going to run it back to? Allegedly, we'll run it back to the gay community. Who are we going to run it back to? Allegedly, we'll run it back to the preferences. Because let me tell you something. Once those relationships are obsolete, like they're failing for the black man. Every relationship that he touches is failing. So when every relationship that he touches is failing, he comes back to the black woman so he can replenish himself. So it's funny to me that they have all this negative stuff to say about black women. They've been gone for a long time, the black man, and they were with the preferences, the homosexuals, doing all of this stuff. But yet they're blaming us for why those relationships didn't work. It's unbelievable, unbelievable to me. They're blaming the black woman. So they want to come back and see
No.
they don't bet. They're going to uphold those entities as much as they can because they don't want to badmouth the preferences, the gays, the transgenders. Black men don't want to badmouth them too much. They don't want to badmouth them too much because they might have to go back. You understand what I'm saying? Black woman, do not let him play you. Do not let him throw you in a third party situation. It is vital for the safety, security, and protection of black women to stay away from black men as a collective right now because he is too toxic. And that's all I want to say.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm on the road tonight. I'm on the road, Brent.
Yeah, you
You know,
you
this is
are. Hey,
this is my
I'm
topic. This is my
enjoying
topic.
I'm
Yeah.
enjoying it.
I
Yeah.
I told you I've been out in these YouTube streets. I've been out in these YouTube streets and I've been getting my practice on. So I'm ready for them. I'm ready for them because I'm just tired of all the mess. You know, because it's funny because they talking real bad about black women. They ain't got no roses for us. They ain't got no tulips, no flowers, no nothing, no candy. They don't have nothing to offer, not a loaf of bread. But they think we're going to take them back. Any woman that any person, man, woman, child, whoever, animals, whoever, if they're in a condition, in a social condition where they're being mistreated, of course they're going to act differently. Of course they're going to have an attitude. Of course they may show masculine traits. Of course they're going to be on the defense if they're being mistreated. A lot of
Right.
times, as a collective, black women, this is my experience. I've been treated a lot better by non-black men as a collective. Have I had some duds? Of course. I've had white men
Right.
that I've went out on dates with and they were not for me and I didn't like them and you know all of that.
Right.
But
Right.
as a
Right.
collective overall, I'm treated better. I would say when I dealt with black men, my edges fell out. Okay? My edges fell out. Okay? I didn't have no edges. Okay? Okay, I was gaining weight. My stomach was bloated as as soon and I was mistreated. I barely could go out on any dates or anything like that because they have a colorism hierarchy. As soon as I cleansed and purified myself, took my spiritual baths, and when I started, you know, just left them alone. It was like I grew like a flower. My edges grew back, my weight came back down, my stress level came back down. I just wanted to be single and by myself. Okay, it's not. I don't think that dating out the race is necessarily the answer for black women. Just loving yourself is the
Right.
answer. But at this point, more options are opening up. Black
Right.
women have a lot more options when they date interracially because the numbers. I mean, it's the numbers. And then one thing about black women, we tend to be highly resourceful because we had to work with little to nothing and we had no help from the black man. So we're highly resourceful with resources. We can make a little into a lot. We're manifestors. But the thing is, we needed men who were builders. And that's where the
Right.
black man lacked. That's where he lacks. That's where he lacks. He, in order for a man to protect you, he must build for you first. I think he got frazzled because we were asking him to protect, protect, protect. How can a man protect you when he can't build for you? In order to protect you, he has to have something to protect you with. So therefore, he must go and build. The reason black men keep hopping from every race of woman, they ho hop to every other race of woman because they don't want to build anything. They want to use what the Asian man builds, what the white man builds, what the Spanish man builds in his community, so they can jump into that community and use their women. So a lot of people are just tired of him too. You know, a lot of people. I've sent you some of the stuff that I experience and go through. A lot of people,
Yeah.
like in the Spanish community, they're tired of him. They're posting up pictures of black men, warning the other Spanish women that this black man, you know, he'll give you herpes and all of this stuff. I've sent
Oh
this
God.
stuff to you.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, "Ooh,
Hmm.
man, wow."
This is what he's doing in the Spanish community in Kissimmee, Florida. See, when I talk, I like to have proof. I like to have facts.
Right.
I don't talk out
And
of emotion. It's nothing personal. Black men seeing black women win is personal to them. Black women winning, honey, this is business. It's nothing personal.
right. Right. And with white men or non-black men treating black women better. Look, it's obvious we treat black women better. And,
Hmm.
and and I'm not just saying that. I see it in real life, in real time. But see, we look at black women different. We and we see the true value. Um,
Hmm.
Look, I didn't just wake up one day and say, "Hey, I'm going to get with a black woman," because no, it was a process. It was something that I seen. It was love that I felt. There was something there, and this goes way back as when I was a child, and it grew through time. And when a black woman ever in my life accepted me or received me, it was like it was so appreciated. It was so. It felt so good. It felt like,
Mm-hmm.
how can I say it? It was just, it was awesome. And because I had to work for that, because it wasn't expected,
Mm-hmm.
and once you get there, you really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what helps us white men with black women, because we have to prove ourselves. And that's a good thing. And because we have to work, to be in that relationship, to be with that
Right.
woman, that we really embrace it.
Mm-hmm.
Where I think black men are like, well, they just expect it. They just, in my opinion, you know, I'm not saying all of them do, but it just seems like they do. Like
Mm-hmm.
the way they talk about black women, well, our women, your women. See, I never seen women as my women, whether they look like me or not. The
Mm-hmm.
only the only woman I say is mine is my wife. But we have a marriage, we have an agreement, we have you know a commitment between us and God, and we belong to each other. Um, but it just, I don't know. I just think we just appreciate black women, so we treat them better.
Mm-hmm.
And I think our culture is just centered around taking care of women, treating women like our princesses. I mean, we treat our daughters like little princesses when they're little and they grow up. We treat our wives like a queen. Black men will call black women queens, but they don't. They're not treating them like queens.
Not at
Um,
all.
but we treat them like that. They're a treasure to us. Um, we value that, and I think it's with our culture, in a way it's Bible based, to where, like, the virtuous woman is worth more than rubies or precious stones, worth more than anything on the earth, right? And
Mm-hmm.
that's how we look at women. That's how we're taught to value women, how to look upon women in a traditional sense.
Mm-hmm.
So when we get with a black woman because we think she's beautiful and amazing, when she receives us, we embrace that. And because we have to work towards it. Like you said, when a man's got to work for something, he appreciates it. And that is so true.
Right.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, more so than when it's just given to them. And I think
Right.
black women, I I think they need to just put themselves first and go for the best option, whatever that option is. And
Exactly. Go for yes.
and be selfish. Do it for you. Look, I'm a selfish person. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I thought the black woman was the best option, and I went for the best option. And nobody was going to stop me from doing that. And the reason I did a reaction on that young lady's TikTok is I wanted to make a point. And the
Mm-hmm.
same thing she was saying to black women is the stuff that was said to me. Look, these women here love you. What are you doing? Maybe
Mm-hmm.
there's something you need to work on. And
Mm-hmm.
that hit home so much that I was
Mm-hmm.
like, I have to talk about this,
Mm-hmm.
because the same propaganda she's giving black women was given to me, and other white men that open up their options. Not so much now, things have changed, but back in the day, you look back at 93 and back in the mid 80s, because I was a teenager in the 80s. So my first girlfriend was back in 85. I was like 16. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And she was a black girl. And things were said different back then. Interracial relationships were happening, but not as much as they are now.
Mm-hmm. Mhm.
So, I mean, I think the 80s is when it kicked off.
Yeah.
That's when I seen it because that's when we started doing it in high school. It was
Mhm.
starting to happen. Now it's really taken off.
Yeah, it is.
But anyway, I just,
Mhm.
but my whole thing tonight is black women, white men, and a lot of times we look at each other and see ourselves.
Yes, we
And
do.
what I mean by that is we have a lot of the same values.
Mhm.
We both have a big heart, and we tend to put each other first.
Mhm.
And that's why our marriages last longer. That's why
Mhm.
we have more wealth too, because the black woman tends to bring out the best in their man. If she loves you and you love her and you open up your heart to her, she can do amazing things that'll make you better.
Mhm. Mhm.
And and I don't think people see that, except people married to black women that love black women, but black men for some reason generally can't. I don't know if they just. It's like they don't open up to black women. It's like they compete with black women,
Mhm.
where we open up to black women. We're not trying to compete with her. We're just trying to love her and
Right.
you know take care of her.
Right. Well,
I,
black
I
men,
don't,
they have a rejection of the divine. A lot of the rejection of the black woman, for them is spiritual, so it's a rejection of the life force, it's a rejection of the divine, and they just don't want to do it. It's too hard. It's um I mean, it's like, if your mom told you, if she had two kids and she said,
uh-huh.
I need one person to just wipe the table, but I need somebody else to, do the dishes, load them in the dishwasher, dry them off, then put them in the cabinet. Which, as a child, you're going to take the role of least resistance, even as an adult.
Right,
So
right,
you would want to, if you was your mom's kid, you would want to just wipe the table. As opposed to doing the dishes and loading them in the dishwasher and drying them off and doing and putting them in the cabinet. So a lot of times black men, they dealt with patriarchy because they felt like it was the road of least resistance. The black woman is too much work. We have to
right,
build the black community. We have to um have better character. We have to, um help her, support her, have her back. We have to protect her. We have to do all this and that and the third. It's too much work. It's way easier because they said themselves that the reason they like dating out the race, a lot of them will tell you because it's easier. We don't have to protect. We don't have to really do anything because she already has a system. So we'll just go over there and do what we want to do. And it doesn't work
mm,
like that. What they fail to realize, once in the system, under the system of patriarchy, those non-black women, they made the cuts. The
yeah,
white supremacy made the cuts, got rid of those non-black women. They went to black men. Black men left the black community. They left the matriarchy. What black men and white women don't realize, when they got together, they had no system. They had both been rejects of their systems. They had no system when they got together. That's very dangerous, to be
mm,
walking with each other or walking by yourself and you have no system. They weren't
right.
building system. So they clashed with each other because the benefit that they thought that they were going to get from one another, it didn't happen. Now they're fighting each other.
Mm,
Yeah, they're fighting each other. He's trying to run back to the black woman. That really ticks me off right there. The fact that he's trying to come back. That's disgusting to me. you know
right.
and he's trying to come back to the black woman. He's all tattered, all messed up, no job, no teeth in his mouth, need to take a shower, he haven't bathed, he all nasty and dirty, and he's like, oh, black woman, I finally want you, like he's a prize. And that's his problem too, like that Simone Biles situation. That's disgusting. That's
Oh,
disgusting. This is a Olympic gold medalist and a beautiful young lady.
right.
You know, We keep telling y'all to leave them alone. We keep telling y'all to leave these as I say, Negro bots. We keep telling you all to leave these Negro bots alone. He will destroy your life. How could you not? I don't even watch sports. I don't even watch the
Yeah.
Olympics, but I knew who Simone Biles was. Isn't she like a 7-time Olympic gold medalist? People in China know who she is. How
Yeah.
could you
So
not know
so
who this young lady is?
Simone Biles is the most successful gymnast of all time.
Mm-hmm.
There's no one that has done what she has done in the
Exactly.
past or now. She is the best of the best.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even say, well, I think this person's better. No. There is no competition. She
No.
has accomplished more than any gymnast in history.
Mm-hmm.
She is the best. And
Mm-hmm.
for him to say he didn't know who she was,
Yes.
that to me was disgusting.
And that he's the prize. See, let me tell you something. This is what
Yeah,
black women, yeah, this is what black women need to understand. And this is what's
right.
happening right now in the system. When you are with a black man, it devalues you. It
It,
devalues you.
yeah,
Why? Because he gives you the worst PR. He gives you a horrible reputation. Because the PR and the horrible reputation is coming from their mouth. That's not coming from black women's behavior. That's coming out of the mouth of
right.
their preferences and mainly the black man. So just having a conversation in public with a black man, standing next to a black man, it's not good for you as a black woman, especially if you're a dark skinned black woman, because he devalues you. Everybody in that room that you're standing there with him in knows how much he hates you. It devalues you to be with
Yeah.
him. It
Well,
devalues you. Let me tell you. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to make
no,
one more point. The
okay, go ahead.
preference. Okay, I'm
Mhm.
going to say this too. The preference. Once she sees that black women don't want black men, she doesn't want them either.
Oh yeah.
Mm-mm.
Oh my God, you're so right. Yeah, but what I say about Simone Biles, the way he talked about her, that was disgusting,
It
because
was.
that's your wife. I mean, look, she is the greatest at what she does. Her husband, whatever his name is, I forget.
It doesn't
Um,
even matter. He's a non-factor.
he plays professional football. That's an
Mm.
accomplishment. That's good. But his position, he's not the best at what he does. In
No, he's not.
fact, he's just a safety. He's
Hmm.
every day. He's just. I mean, he's struggling to stay on the team. Let's just put it that way. Um, he can't compare to her
No,
accomplishments, not at all. And
I didn't even know who he was.
yeah, hey, I watch football all the time. I didn't know who he was. That shows how good he is, right?
Oh wow. Mm.
Um, but here's the thing. Simone Biles, you remember back in the day, she was interested in dating white men, and they give her so much crap. And she was into that guy, Zach Efron. She
Okay.
thought, she had like a crush on him. And people gave her so much crap about that. Oh, well, she can't like a
Mhm.
white guy. So I guess, she got with this black guy. And maybe, you know,
Mhm.
it didn't matter to her. But that's beyond the point. That's your wife right now. And for him to say, "Oh well, I'm the prize," and she had to drive so far to see me, and she was checking on me. I wasn't really checking on her. He was saying that she wasn't shit, and he's the man. And
Mhm.
that to me is, why are you married to her if you feel that way? But it's not
Because
about that. It's about
right.
who. It's about her popularity, her wealth, and her
Mhm.
accomplishments
Yeah.
to
He has to
build
bring her
him.
down.
Yeah.
Right. He has to bring her down several notches just so he can stand next to her. And
Hmm.
it's there's energy what people don't understand. The black woman is the capstone of creation. You
Mhm.
We are a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful
Right.
woman. Not to negate other women, but the black woman is the most important woman on this planet, the original woman on this planet. What a lot of people don't understand, they want to see black women hurting and in pain and doing bad. They feed off of that energy. They love seeing black women suffering. It's almost like, cutting and seeing your blood. It's really disgusting, but they feed off of that. Black women, you need to protect your energy more now
Right.
than
Right.
ever, more now than ever, because people, we are doing great. We're doing awesome. And people want to see us broken. They want to see our marriages fail. They want to see us lose our resources. They want to see us thrown in jail. Look, let me tell you something. They work hard every day. People are scamming, scheming, plotting against me, all kind of stuff. All kind of stuff. But you have to be able to navigate through this thing. You're gonna have to
Right.
use your brain. Yeah, you're gonna have to use your brain if you want to win. A lot of people watching us on social media, even though we don't get the likes and subscribers and things like that. I have a YouTube channel. A lot of
Yeah.
people watch my channel, but they don't. But they act like they don't. A lot of people
Right.
are watching black women. We are the absolute focus, and but they act like they don't. They know. Let me tell you something. These people nowadays, they know who the divine empress is, the black woman. They know who we are. They know
Right.
that you are the woman. They know that you are the it girl. You're that girl. You know what I'm saying? They
You
know
are.
that.
Yeah.
They know that. They know that you're basically the forefront and the pretty girl that walks into the room. Basically, they are livid, they are mad. I mean, imagine you've been told your whole life that the black woman was inferior. You've been told your whole life that the black woman is ugly, that the black woman is the least of, and then she turns around and wins. Wouldn't you be devastated? Wouldn't you have to
Right.
pick your face up off the floor and put it back on? They are devastated because they've been told all their life that they were better than a black woman, and the black woman is soaring like an eagle. The black woman is winning more than they ever could imagine, has more potential, and we're actually fulfilling the purpose right now. We're fulfilling our purpose right now. And they're mad. They're devastated because they believed in a system of patriarchy where they thought white supremacy told you that the black woman was nothing. And then she ended up married to a white man. They feel like, Brent, you're a traitor. You're a traitor in their eyes. How could
Right.
you tell me not to hate the black woman, that the black woman ain't ish, and then you married her? You chose us over them. That's why they hate the black woman, white man relationship, because they feel
Right.
like they feel like you chose your wife over them. It's
Ooh,
sick.
God, that you know what? Oh my God, I never thought of it that way. But oh my God, that in a weird, twisted way that makes sense because when you said we told them black women wasn't nothing, but then we married her, and this is different people. Like the racist back in the day is not me, but that's white men. Even though we're
Mhm.
different men, different
Mhm.
time and era. Ooh, I never thought about it like that.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I've seen black men actually, and look, this is weird, that hate what I'm doing, but in a way try to become my ally to turn me against the black woman. Which,
That's a
no,
lot. Mm.
no, seriously, I've
Mhm.
seen that. I've seen them try to do that. And not just on the YouTube thing, but in real life, back growing
Mhm.
up. Oh, you like black women, but they would try to tell me to discourage me from getting with black women more than white people would.
Yeah,
And
because they're jealous.
yeah, that always blew my mind because I was thinking,
Mhm.
okay, you're my friend, but you're telling me stay away from the black woman. But
Mhm.
yeah, it just but yeah, that's weird. But
Yeah,
bl-
he's fighting
black,
us. He's fighting us over you. It's like two women fighting over a man. The black man is fighting the black woman over the white man.
yeah. Oh my God.
Seriously, seriously, they own the DL. They own the DL. They're in the worship of the anus. I'm not playing.
Oh
That's
my.
facts.
You know
Hmm.
what? I've had a number of black women tell me what you just said, and it's
Yes,
disturbing.
it's the
I'm just like,
truth. It's disturbing. It's the truth. It's the truth. A lot of these people I noticed, there used to be a time, we assumed that everybody was straight, their sexual orientation was straight. Now the lines are blurred. There's no such
right,
thing really as people don't really want a such thing as gay or trans or this or that. They want the lines to be completely blurred, and they want everything classified as sex, so that way they can use that to manipulate and this and that and this and that. One thing about black men,
wow,
when they date white women, they date white women to get into closer proximity to white men. When
oh,
white women date black men, they're dating black men to get into closer proximity to black women. When
hmm,
I was in Kissimmee, Florida, you see all these Spanish girls down there and whatnot. I can't tell you the amount of Spanish women that would hit on me, the amount of Spanish women that was trying to be in a lesbian situationship with me, all of that. The amount of because they've had so much access to black men, they're
wow,
trying to get to us. And I'm like, honey, you're not my preference, but thank you or whatever. But I don't go there for many reasons.
right,
No disrespect to them, but that blew my mind. That blew my mind because I was like, what? And they're mad because they know black women as a collective, because we support the worship of the life force. We tend to be race loyal. We tend not to, yes, there are lesbian black women or whatever, but there's a
yeah,
definite distinction between lesbian black women and straight black women. We make the
right,
distinction. See, with the DL brothers and all of that, it's more acceptable in the because homosexuality in the black community is not acceptable. You know what I mean?
yeah,
We don't accept it like that. In the African community, they're very anti-homosexual, and that's because the bloodlines were
right,
infiltrated through
right,
that. But anyway, black the DL brothers, like if you was a black woman that was, it's no need for me to be on the DL. If I'm a bisexual woman, it doesn't affect me financially. It doesn't affect me in any way. As a matter of fact, men love it. But for a man to
right,
be on the DL, a black man to be on the down low or to be gay, that affects him financially and things like that. You see what
right,
I'm saying? So a lot of them want to be, they're straight in classification, but they want to be able to have the lines blurred, so you don't really know what they're doing, because homosexuality is not a straight line. It has its different facets. You have all different type of gay people, and this is what I see with myself and my husband. The footage I showed you, some of these
hmm,
black men have my husband's name in their mouth more than I do. They're more concerned about my husband, like more than they see him. And it's almost like they're fighting me over my husband. It's really sick. But
oh,
it
that's
is.
great. Yeah.
But what it is the worship of the anus. They
Oh
want
God.
to get to the white man resources. They want to get to his resources. They want to get to his resources. When you talk to the homosexual community, like a lot of black men in the homosexual community, my experience has been they're very angry at black women, which I was shocked
Right,
about. I was shocked. They're very angry because growing up, they feel that, homosexuality in the black community was something that was taboo. They was told don't be gay, da 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 da. And it was they're saying it was the way we were raised and this and that. No, you were already biologically predisposition to go that way, even if you were raised right. I know gay people, they were raised with mom, dad, beautiful families, but they
right,
still, decided to go that way. It's not always about environmental, it's not always about the way you were raised. So, but the thing is, I noticed that a lot of um me people want to keep themselves in the patriarchy. The black man A lot of the preferences, this is what I've seen, they want to keep themselves sexually fluid and sexually open so they can be able to just get resources from whoever. You
Right.
know, they don't have that moral turpitude or standing to say, hey, this is who I am. I'm gay. Hey, this is who I am. I'm straight. But also
Okay.
it's about resources because they want to be able to benefit. So if you peg yourself in one sexuality, if you peg yourself in one race, if you peg yourself in one gender, they feel that they can't win. Why? Because black men and non-black women, they do not build system. They don't. They are the pamper pooches of their communities.
Yeah.
Okay, they are the pamper pooches. When they got together, they weren't going to build system. They were trying
Hey,
to use each other for their systems.
hey, Genesis. I want to ask
Yes,
you something, and
yes,
I've heard this, and I believe it. Um, but the thing about black women being what is it called? They say black women. A lot of people say black women have the Eve gene. Like,
yes.
do you believe that's true? Like,
The Eve gene. Okay, so we
yeah,
can talk
like
about
the mother of all people. Like,
the mother, the capstone of creation, that we have the Eve gene. Okay,
yeah,
let's go
yeah.
into this. I'm gonna start talking about this. Have you ever heard of the concept of black that the black woman is God? Have you ever heard of that concept?
Well, I've heard people say that. I'm not going to say she's God, but I think
Right, but
she
I'm
holds
gonna
that
tie it
gene.
together. I know I'm gonna
Okay,
tie it together. When we're talking about the black woman as God, we're talking about genetics.
okay.
You heard of Henrietta Lacks, right? They used Henrietta Lacks. They made a movie about it with Oprah Winfrey. Henrietta Lacks, is that her name? She They used her for stem cell research and made billions of dollars off of this woman with stem cell research. Ended up killing her. Then they went
Uh,
on to her family. Yes, because what happened is the black woman has the genetic blueprint and the genetic coding, certain bloodlines of black women. All black women are
mhm,
not queens. They have the
right.
genetic blueprint and the genetic coding for for the original genetics of this planet. We were actually
Yeah.
here 4 million years before the black man was, through a process called parthenogenesis. The black woman was the first one to conduct parthenogenesis, which is the immaculate conception that's talked about in the Bible, where sperm is secreted through the bone marrow of the black woman and she impregnates herself. So this is why they talk about the Eve gene, the God gene, the Genesis pattern, the flower of life. These are all the different things that they talk about, that it's about genetics. You can take, like with Henrietta Lacks, they used her for stem cell research. That helped people globally around the world. Even though her
I
family didn't get compensated for that at all because of her genetics. She had original heirloom genetics, so they
mm,
were able to use her as a blueprint for stem cell research that helped the world. Do I believe that the melanated woman has an Eve gene or some type of something like that? Yes, I do. But like I said, it goes back to certain bloodlines,
oh,
and
okay.
things like that.
No, but I just kind of thought about that, and I was just I don't know. I just well, when I look at my life, right, with me and my wife and our children, um, they look like me and my wife, but
Hmm.
they have different skin tones, and maybe just being biracial children.
Right.
But I mean, my youngest daughter could could pass as could be white passing, or that she's often mistaken as Hispanic, which she's not that
Hmm.
at all. But um, and my oldest daughter, you could tell she's biracial, but she's got more of the black woman traits, where my youngest has more of the white woman traits. Does that make
Hmm.
sense?
Yeah, it
And then
makes
my
sense. Yes.
yeah, my son's like in the middle. Um,
Yeah.
no, I'm just, but I thought about that and I'm thinking, is this I mean, I don't know for sure. I don't know, but I could believe it. And here's the thing, I think there's something spiritual about black women that actually, I think us as men, if you got a pure heart, I mean, you're not perfect, you're not, but if you got a good heart and there's love there, I think you kind of are attracted to black women in a sense to where you can feel the love. There's a connection.
Mhm.
It's kind of, how can I say it? It's kind of like you feel it and you're attracted to it and you cling to
Right.
it.
It's like a
Um,
light.
yeah, like a light. Because
Mhm.
when I was little, and my mom told me this, my parents knew, and they told me this. They said, "Son, we knew you were going to marry a black woman before you started dating, just because of how you acted around black women." And this goes back when I was a child, back when I was 2 and 3. I remember my mom said that, I would cling to black women, and she was talking about one time we were like in a doctor's office, and I was like 2 or 3, and I was just kind of walking around. There was a black woman that was in there, and she said, she like waved to me because I was a little kid, and I just got up. There was like a little couch there in the waiting room. I got up
Mhm.
there, sat next to her, and I just started hugging her. And my mom's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." And the lady wasn't mad. She's like, "Oh, he's really friendly." And my mom was like, "No, he's not. He's just friendly to those that he likes. He likes you." And nobody taught me that black women were wonderful. Nobody told me anything about that. We weren't really around a lot of black people. There were black people around us, don't get me wrong. But it was, I think there was something there that
Mhm.
the love was there. It was like a connection. You know when you're around people that love you and you can feel the love,
Yeah.
and you kind of cling to that. It
Yeah, you
was like
do.
that. And I think there's something there spiritual. And I
Mhm.
believe that things happen for a reason. I don't think it just randomly things just happen. No, I think there's a purpose.
Mhm.
And I think even today in today's world, I think we're supposed to go a certain way. I think this interracial marriage thing, I think black women, white men are supposed to come together. And
Yes.
there's actually a divine purpose. And I've heard people talk about this eugenics thing, and I don't think one group is superior than the other, but I do believe that certain people coming together will will have a benefit that will make us
Right.
better. I
Right.
believe that. Well, man is always changing, but I think black women are the center of this.
Mhm.
I really do. And
Mhm.
I don't, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I know black women, there's something going on. And
Mhm.
like I said, it how you treat black women, either what you give the black woman, you're going to get back.
Exactly.
If you give her love, you're going to get love. If you give her hate, you're going to get hate. And,
Mhm.
and, and if you hate on her, that will destroy you
Mhm.
spiritually, maybe even physically. But if you give her love, it's like you get life in a way. It's like
Right.
you're uplifted. But I'm just saying, I just and I've heard people talk about this about black women. I've talked
Mhm.
to guys that were married to black women, and some of the guys they talked to me about this, how they had love for black women as a child.
Hmm.
So I think there's something there.
Yeah. The black woman is the life force. If you support the life force will support you.
Yeah,
Hmm. And the
yeah,
thing about it, all women have a life force because they're a womb holder. But the melanated woman has the life force because it's the original womb
right,
holder of this planet. This is a planet of polarity and duality. The white man had his cycle, of patriarchy. The black woman
right,
is now coming into her cycle with the shift in consciousness and matriarchy. That's what makes us a good team. That's
yeah,
what makes us on the same page because we both know how to build and retain system. So yeah, the life force of this planet. See, that goes back to the sexual operations and agendas of this planet. Because when you
yeah,
support the life force of the melanated woman, you support the womb holder. And if you support the life force of this planet, it'll support you and it'll supersede any monetary system. The life force will supersede any Federal Reserve, any
mhm,
banking system, all of that stuff, all of those
right,
financial systems are coming down. It's over. Patriarchy's finished. People are holding on to a pipe dream. It's on autopilot right now. The matriarchy is coming online, but the life force has always been there. The black man has always been around the life force. He didn't see the value in it, he didn't see the worth in it, he didn't appreciate it. And a lot of times when someone has an anointing on them, when someone has a blessing on them so big and so major, God was not going to put the blessing in Beyonce, allegedly. God is not going to put the blessing in something that everybody loves. A lot of times the ultimate blessing is hidden in someone that nobody even looks at, nobody even
mm,
likes,
yeah,
everybody hates. And that's the black woman. We are the ultimate Cinderella story, the ultimate Cinderella
right,
story in this country. And the black woman has the heaviest anointing on her amongst that system. That's why we're so attacked the way we are from our head down to our feet. But I say, black woman, we have to continue to stay strong mentally. Like right now, I
right,
see a therapist maybe every 2 weeks. I signed up at the Black Women's Wellness Center in Atlanta, Georgia. So shout out to them. They're awesome. They're wonderful. They give free a lot of times in these major cities, because I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, they're
yeah,
giving out free mental health to black women because we need it. I think it's really
yeah,
good to for me, I love talking to my therapist over Zoom. And I just sort out and talk about the issues that I'm dealing with at that time or whatever. I always feel so much better after I talk to my therapist. They've given me 12 free sessions. I highly recommend it to
right,
anybody, but especially right now to black women. We need to be working on our mental health, our mental healing, our spiritual health healing, taking care of our husbands, families, single, married, whatever, taking care of yourself first and foremost. We need to be working on those things. That's the healing. The success is in the healing for the black woman. That's where the success lies, in the
right,
healing, mending the broken hearts of the black woman, making sure that psychologically you're right. If you got to get help, get it. I don't understand these black men. They living in the black community. I'm out here. I live down the street from the
uh,
AU campuses, from Spelman and Morehouse. They can go to the same place and get free mental health that I go to, but they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. They want to sit out here and smoke their weed, get drunk, act a fool, act silly, and attack me. They don't want to do the work.
right, yeah, I-
They
yeah.
don't.
And you know what? I don't understand it. And I've said this. I've told black men this. On YouTube. I've even told them in real life. I
Hmm.
said, you know what? I said, you guys have the biggest blessing ever. And they say, what are you talking about? I
Mm,
said, if you would embrace black women and love them and treated them the way they deserve to be treated, I said you would dominate. You would dominate the country. You could dominate the world.
They sure would.
And they look at me like I'm crazy.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not crazy. Look,
Mhm.
in my life, I want to win. I want the best. And
Mhm.
the thing of it is black women are that. And
Mhm.
like you said, it might be something that you don't see that everybody loves,
Mhm.
but it's the most beautiful blessing.
Exactly.
And black women are that hidden treasure. I always
Mhm.
said that, the hidden treasure that's
In
right in
plain
front of
sight.
us. Yeah.
Yep.
And you know what my therapy is?
Mhm.
It is being with my wife. And I told people
Mhm.
this. I I didn't grow up being a touchy-feely type guy, but with my
Mhm.
wife, I'm just that. I'm always hugging her. I'm always embracing her, whether I'm sitting next to her on the couch, whether I'm asleep. I'm always embracing my wife.
Mhm.
And even when I pray, I hug my wife when I do it. People think that's
Mhm.
weird, but it's not.
Mhm.
It's how can I say this? It just energizes me. It's kind of like and she tells me she feels the same thing. But when you really love somebody and you value them,
Mhm.
you're going to cling to them. You're going to embrace that.
Right.
And whether it's physical, well, it's going to be physical and spiritual. Um, but I don't even understand black men. I don't. I'm like, gosh, you got these amazing women that just want to be loved and just want to give you their love, but yet
Mhm.
you cast them aside and you run to and I hate to say that you run to white women and other non-black women that really aren't into you. They might be into
Yep.
you sexually. It might be like but it's temporary. There's not
Mhm.
a lot of times not real love there.
Mhm.
When you got a group of women that will give you everything and just want to be loved and respected. I just don't get it. And and I see these guys and look, I've seen white women just totally finesse black men like it ain't even like they're not even trying. How can I
Mhm.
say that? And I get it. You have a preference for white women or other non-black women, but
Mhm.
is your preference because of a sexual desire or a physical thing, or is your preference because you love that person?
Right.
See, with me, black women have always been a preference because I love black women. And
Mhm.
it started out in the purest form as a child, as just being close to them, just being in
Mhm.
their presence, just embracing them. And then later the sexual thing comes in, but I'm already in love. It's already set.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes
And then
perfect sense.
and then the physical is the extra. It's not
Mhm.
the. It's like we do things backwards in our relationships, but
Mhm.
I mean, but anyway, I'm just saying. I mean, I just don't understand. But I mean,
Yeah.
black women. Look, I'll say it. Not. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Black women are at the center of what's
Mhm.
going on in our country, in the
Mhm.
world, in the universe.
Mhm.
And I'm telling you, how you What you give to
Mm-hmm.
black women, you're getting back.
Oh yeah.
If it's love, you're going to get that. If it's hate, you're going to get that, but you're going to get
Mm-hmm.
destruction with it. Um,
Yes, indeed. And you know, black men running away from black women for them is like running away from their face. Because when they look at
yeah,
us, they see themselves. When they look at us, of course, they see themselves because of our phenotype and they
right,
hate it. I think a lot of it is just their own projections towards us. It plays out in the physical realm as if they hate us, but really, truth be told, they hate themselves. They hate themselves. And because of that ego, that needs to be checked immediately. That ego that they have, they want to project and blame it on black women, everything about them. They don't want to even try to heal themselves. They rather get on social media, get a podcast and do anti-black woman this and drag women for filth instead of just simply
right,
fixing themselves. You know, they're on the road too, just like I'm on the road, you know, and I'm speaking on, and I'm shooting out everything that I've learned. They're on a road too, but they're on a road of negativity, on a downward spiral of negativity. You know, they're not healing themselves. They don't want to be healed. You know, but I'm like this. I'm not gonna be Captain Save a Ho. The black women, they need to stop, burn their capes. We need to stop being Captain Save a Ho, trying to fix a black man, trying to help a black man. The karmic cycles are closed, black woman. The karmic cycles are closed. It's over. Stop trying to resuscitate an unalived body. At this point, he's like a zombie. He's confused. He's
mm-hmm.
utterly confused because I'm not gonna. I don't want to sit here and sound like I'm bashing, but I'm checking. I'm checking him because he's been through a lot under the patriarchy. It's a lot because he was the most subjugated man in the patriarchy in the system. And a lot of these black men, they will talk to me and they swear up and down that they're treated worse than the black woman. But let me just give you this. Black men are subjugated by every other person in the system. The black woman is the only woman that does not subjugate the black man, but yet he treats us worse than everybody. Black women are subjugated by everybody, including the black man. So who do you think is treated worse? The black woman is treated worse because at the end of the day, he doesn't have to deal with us lashing out at him. He doesn't have to deal with us teaming up with white men to come against him,
right,
which he is afraid of because that's what he did to us. So it's the preference. He doesn't have to worry about those things. I have to worry about stuff like that on a day-to-day basis. Me being married to a white man for 14 years, I have to worry about that because black men are livid to see me with my husband. You know, I've had to file police reports. I've had to videotape people, all kind of stuff when they lash out at me. Luckily, I have cameras everywhere in my home. If I didn't have that, I would be unalived myself. One out of three black women are unalived by a black man. If it wasn't for my husband protecting me, if it wasn't for the cameras around, if it wasn't for me being knowing the game, knowing how to navigate through this thing called life, I would have been unalive probably by a black male a long time ago. Why? Because I got a whole lot of mouth. I don't bother nobody. But I know how to cuss. Okay, my great
yeah,
grandmother taught me that. I don't bother nobody. I stay to myself. People like to F with me. They don't. One thing about the society, when they see black women, they want us to be servants, maids, the help, slaves. Anytime the system sees a black woman that is self serving, they have a problem with that. Black women going to school, that's self serving. Black women getting their hair done, their nails done. Black girl luxury, that's self serving. Anytime they see a black woman self serving herself, they are ready to tear us a new ass because they need us to be their personal nigger. They need black women to be their servant, their butler, their slave. They've been taught that in the black community, that the black woman, everybody else is more important than her. She's supposed to be serving everybody else. So how dare she love herself? How dare she take care of herself? How dare she live a soft life? How dare her melanin is popping? How dare she celebrate herself? Black men have been put on a pedestal in the black community for too long. They did not earn that. Black woman, this is your matriarchy. The black community is a matriarchal community. Once you leave, it takes him off of that pedestal. He's scared
Right.
because if he sees black women, and this is the intel that I've gotten from them, if they see more black women dating outside the race with white men, black women, black men, who are they going to mistreat? Because now the black woman has protection. Black men, who are they going to subjugate? Because now the black woman has the white man. Black women, who are they going to badmouth? Okay, now we're in another situation. It's kind of hard to badmouth the black woman when she's doing good, when everything's going well for her. All the backbiting, the talking about black women, the destroying our reputation, the bad PR and all of that is ceasing because as we succeed, they feel that it makes them look bad. No, black man, you make yourself look bad because you haven't even gotten started to do the work. My thing is this. I'm not asking the next time I see a black man, it'll be a biracial, black biracial male that came out of my womb. I'm not, I feel like this. He's done, he's over. Leave the current ones in the state that they're in, leave them behind. Let God deal with them. Because you know what, black woman, in order for the black man to be right, he had to go on his own spiritual journey. Let him work out his salvation with fear and trembling. That's on him. It's not our issue anymore. It's not our problem. It's not our fight as black women. Act like he don't exist and just keep walking. Now, if we do come across some black men and well, you got to be careful because everybody needs to be screened thoroughly. Everybody, no matter
Right.
what race of man they are. But if
Right.
we do come across some, I, I feel like this. The next time I'm personally gonna come across a black man is the one that comes out of my womb with my white husband. That's the
Right.
next time I'm gonna come across one that's about something, a black biracial. Other than that, I ain't concerned about the rest of them because really, black women, we can make new ones. See, that's the difference between us and him. We can make new ones as black women. Heck, we can do parthenogenesis and make more black women without him. He can't make us without us. They swear up and down that they can have black babies with non black women. That is genetically impossible. She is
Yeah,
not the womb holder for the black woman. That's delusion. It's delusional.
they go around saying that all the time.
They're slow. It's sad.
Yeah.
Genetically, that's impossible. Why would
Right.
what? Why think about it? Why would anybody want to covet the womb holding and bearing abilities of the black woman? Nobody else says, "Oh, I can have white babies if they're not white." No other woman says or man says, "Oh, I can have Asian babies if they're not Asian." Everybody wants to claim they can make us without us.
Mm.
He can't make us without us. Genetics, dominance doesn't mean masculine. And people have that skewed. Dominance doesn't mean necessarily masculine. Dominant genetics don't mean masculine genetics. Melanin is not masculine. See, they have it twisted. The lines have been blurred, everything has been skewed, and people are confused. They're confused. Especially the black man. He's been through a ringer right now. The system of white supremacy has really abused black people, and it did a number on the black man. Yes, it did. And he hasn't come he hasn't come out of this so great. I think black women, yes, we were tattered. Yes, we were, abused. But I think that black women, after the smoke, a lot of the smoke is clearing from the racism. We seem to be coming out of this a little bit better, intact at least, with
Yeah.
with our soul and our body intact. He's discombobulated. His soul and his body, it's like he's like he's done. And it's a psychological thing, it's mental. A lot of times sometimes black women seem to be mentally stronger than black men. We've had to be. We didn't have a choice. We didn't have a choice.
Right.
He had us to walk away from. Who are we going to walk away from? Ourselves? He had us to say, F you, I'm going to go do this and do that. We didn't have it. Black women didn't have a choice but to survive. And they see that, they see that, and they know that they weren't as strong as us in order to be able to withstand the attack. Because yeah, black people have been through a lot in this country. For instance, we they don't even have a sense of nationalism for us in America, for black people. They tell us we're from everywhere else. We don't even have a sense of nationalism. They want us to feel like this is not even our home,
Right.
as black people. So I understand. No one understands the struggle of the black man more than the black woman, even the black woman that's married to a white man. No one understands that struggle more than me. I get it, but I'm sick of them fighting me, being combative with me. I've been married for 14 years. They're still fighting me. Black men are still fighting me.
Mm.
It's disgusting. I still got to put them on social media. I still got to film you and put you on YouTube. Okay, I
Right.
still got to file police reports. It's ridiculous. They're still. Didn't you just have the preference? You're still fighting black women. I thought that worked. I thought that like, please, where is a preference when you need her to take the black man out of our face? Please go away. It's ridiculous. I'm not about to allow these toxic males to be my problem. And I have to even tell myself that now, just because I got married, and yeah, my marriage is happy, it's great. I have a great marriage. I'm very happy in my marriage. But
Right.
I resent sometimes um still having to deal with them because they still attack me. So it's been times I've been depressed. I didn't leave my house, you know because being in Atlanta, I was afraid because my husband and I, black men, were jumping us on the martyr train. We had 4 different court cases of black men. They bloodied my husband's nose, busted his nose. I have the pictures in my Gmail account, all kind of stuff.
What?
We had a black man that was a police officer, all allegedly, I'ma say, just to cover myself. He was stalking us, just all kind of crazy ish, all kind of crazy mess. And it made me really depressed. I'm just being very open, very candid right now. It made me really depressed, and I didn't want to leave the house. This is when my husband and I first met. I didn't want to leave the house, because when I would go out with him, people were attacking us, black men. I was shocked. I was shocked. They were literally trying to fist fight us. I was on crutches because I had gotten an infection in my left knee. And so I was on crutches when I was engaged. We were on the martyr train. These black men followed us from church. These were people that were from the church, followed us, threw me across the train when I was on my crutches. They're that mad. And I'm like, you don't even want a black woman. Why are you fighting us?
Wow.
We've been through it. My husband and I have been through it, but we got through it
Wow.
together. What they do is this. They figure with my husband, if they keep attacking him, he'll leave me. If they
Hmm.
keep attacking him, he'll leave me. I told him when we first met, I said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Because
Right.
I was already being attacked on my own. A lot of times when I'm in public, I'm nowhere near this vocal. When I go out in public, I'm nowhere near this vocal, Brent. I'm nowhere near. I keep to myself. I
Right.
stay to myself. I don't talk to nobody. These people be mad because I'm minding my business. These people be mad out here on these streets because I'm happy. These people be mad out here on these streets because I have a husband. You got to remember, it's patriarchy. Oh my God. I have a husband, a dark skinned black woman. You see my picture up there. I ain't no light
Yeah.
skinned woman. I got locked hair. I don't have no
Mhm.
wig and all this type of stuff. Now
Yeah.
this is what they asking for, right? The natural woman, the and all of that with no weave, no hair extensions, no nails. That's who I am. They don't want that, Brent. That woman you see right there, they don't want that. They don't want
Yeah.
that.
I.
Mm-mm,
You,
mm-mm.
you know what? I think the weave thing and the natural. I think it's BS.
Yeah, it is.
Because most black men I've seen with black women married to black women, they're wearing weaves. The
Mm-hmm,
things they're complaining about. I'm like,
mm-hmm,
no,
mm-hmm.
they're full of crap.
They are. They just want to come up with excuses as to why they failed. They want to come up
Right.
with excuses as to why they are losers. A wig, a lace front, some baby edges. I mean, come on. Come on. That doesn't, I mean, no offense to homosexuals, but it sounds like, it sounds like something a woman would tell another woman when she's jealous of her. Come on. You know
Right.
more about weave, lashes, nails, pedicures, manicures. You know more about that than I do, and I'm an esthetician.
Right.
Come on.
You know why I know about weaves, wigs, lace fronts, all that stuff, braids,
Hmm.
because I pay for it.
Whoop,
Just saying
whoop, 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 whoop,
that's
whoop,
it. I mean,
whoop.
it makes my wife happy, so I pay for it for her. That's it.
Mm,
That's
right
as
there, that
far as
part.
it goes with me.
Period.
Yeah.
Look, and that's what they mad about. Let me tell you something. My husband takes me out. He has a good job right now. He has a good
Hmm.
job right now. I'm a
Yeah.
stay at home. You should when we go out, we would go out to Phipps Plaza in Atlanta, Georgia.
Uh huh.
Phipps Plaza is where like they have the Gucci store and all the high end stores.
Oh,
And
okay.
this was when we first got married. So they automatically assume that we got money. They
Hmm.
automatically assume people do that to us now. They think that I have a lot more money than what I got. I got people fighting me. Like that situation I showed you on social media. That's what my apartment complex and everything. They're teaming up. They're trying to fight me because they think I got resources.
Mm.
You know, whether I do or not, that's none of their business.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? But when we go to the mall and stuff, one time we went to Lenox Mall. That's a very popular mall in Atlanta, Georgia. No, it was
Okay.
Perimeter. Excuse me, Perimeter Mall, another very popular mall in Atlanta, Georgia. And the man, one, I think he was like the manager. Um, my husband had took me to the Michael Kors store, and he bought me a couple of things. So we
Oh.
walking around with this Michael Kors bag or whatever. The manager or of the mall, he was like a manager or a boss. He came out and shook my husband's hand. Stuff like that. I thought that
Oh.
was funny. I
Hey,
just thought that was funny.
the Michael Kors store.
Yeah,
I
and
spent
it was just
I spent a
uh,
lot of money there. Just
yeah.
going to say.
And
My
so
wife
the
likes
thing,
Michael Kors.
yeah, I do too. So the thing is, when we go to Phipps Plaza,
Mhm.
they react to us, and maybe it's the way we carry ourselves. We're comfortable together. We've been married 14 years. We're
Right.
comfortable together. We're comfortable. We love each other. We've been through a lot. We're in our relationship, and people see that. They don't really understand the black woman white man relationship. They just figure the black woman also is getting resources and benefits. And guess what? We deserve it. We deserve it. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't. I deserve to have a good husband that can financially provide for me and take care of me and protect me and build for me. You understand what I'm saying? I deserve that. But when we go out to the Perimeter Mall, they say stuff, do stuff, people react, the black men mad, the black woman celebrating, clapping, happy, because saying like, oh, all type of stuff, saying, girl, buy this too, get this too, because they think Greg got a whole lot of money. So that's the perception. In other words, what my point is this: they see the blessing coming, Brent. They see the blessing coming. Okay, you walk in it, you talk in it, you live in it. You can keep your mouth closed about it, but they
Right.
see the blessing coming.
Oh,
Hmm.
hey, Indiana mom, you got an echo.
Yeah, I turned off the speaker.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, welcome. Yeah, they do
Thank
see the
you.
blessing.
Hey,
Yeah.
Indiana mom, how you doing?
Girl, you have been speaking the whole truth. Oh my God. Look. At one point, my daughters were down here in the kitchen because we're up in Indiana right now,
Hmm.
finishing up on some paperwork and everything. But my girls were standing in the kitchen and they're like, does she have a channel? Mom, who is that? And I'm like, calm down. I'll send you the link. Chill. Girl, speaking the whole truth.
Yes, I'm trying to get these likes up. We gonna get this channel off the ground. You know how black
100%.
women do it. You know how we
Okay.
do it.
Thank you. But
Look, I'm not
look,
playing no games.
look, okay. Um, where we went after college, very small town in Indiana.
Hmm.
Um, we weren't around any hoods or ghettos or whatever.
Hmm.
Um, so our kids grew up very, very. They were pampered, but they also had responsibility. If they wanted to be treated like adults, they had to act like adults, so on. And now that we're retiring, oh, we just found a piece of property in North Carolina.
Okay.
We close at the end of the month. Yay. Um
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's 8 acres, and we have a, I think he said, 120-degree view from the back of the house of the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Wow.
It's
Congratulations. That's beautiful.
yes. Oh, I love it. So
Winning.
so we've got that coming, but like you said about being harassed,
Hmm.
um Tree and I, we met in the fall of '89, and we were friends throughout our freshman year of college. I didn't know he liked me. No clue, because I wasn't used to seeing that dynamic. I was used to seeing the way my dad treated my mom and my grandfather treated my grandmother. So
Hmm.
Tree showing up at every one of my classes and walking me to my next class, or walking me to lunch, or walking me to the dorms, paying for lunch. I thought he was just being friendly. I had no idea what that meant,
Hmm.
and when another guy asked me out at the end of the year, he was like, nope, you need to call him and break that date. Break
Hmm.
it, because I've been doing this for 9 months. You're mine. And I was like, oh, okay, sure. And that was in '89. We've been together ever since, and
Oh.
and my daughter, uh, the youngest, had an encounter that she told me about, I think last month. Um, she and her boyfriend uh, went to, oh, I want to say Indianapolis to
Hmm.
celebrate her birthday with some of her friends. And I guess they were at a club, and there was a group of 3, 4 young black men that just kept hounding her and following her around, because her boyfriend, um, I think he's Italian. I'm not sure. He's a cutie
Okay.
though. He's freaking adorable. But
Hmm.
um, I don't think they realized they were together, because they were they have this like laid back kind of relationship where they're not all over each other all the time.
Okay. Hmm.
And he'll go off and shoot pool with a couple of guys, and she's on the dance floor with her friends, so it looks like just a friend group. And apparently these 3 or 4 guys just kept hounding her and following her around, and at one point she said that her boyfriend noticed and was like, why are you talking to my girl? What's going on? And suddenly these aggressive boys were docile and apologetic, and calling him sir, and oh, we didn't know, it was a whole 360. It was so, she said it was so weird, because they at first they were with her, she said they were like, ooh, baby girl this, and ooh, pretty lady that, and da 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 da. And when she was like, "No, I have a boyfriend. No, I'm not interested," and she was perfectly polite because that's how she was raised. Then suddenly she was a B and an H, and you ugly anyway, and and she was
Oh
so
gosh.
confused, so confused. And then her boyfriend steps up and is like, why are you bothering my girlfriend? And suddenly they were, oh, we didn't know she was with somebody. We did Oh, we're so sorry. And she was like, wow. And I was like, welcome to mommy's life.
Uh,
Ah.
Mommy's been dealing with this for 30 years, 40 years. Mommy has never dated a black guy. So since high school in 1985, this has been mommy's life.
you,
Welcome.
you, you know what? Let me tell you a story, and this is great. This is funny, but it's kind of disturbing in a way. Um, my daughters, right?
Hmm.
They, well, my oldest daughter, she's married to a white man. Been married for 8 years. My other daughter,
Nice.
yeah, she dates white guys, right? So, well, that's our environment. But
Well, yes,
the,
absolutely. I mean, my daughters date
yeah, but
guys that remind them of their dad. Hello.
right. But my daughters feared black men. They thought they were crazy because I guess, aggressive. You might
Yes,
say it's I guess a different culture, but
it
um,
is. I was afraid. I'm still kind of. I
yeah,
don't.
they
I
get
don't like
freaked
being around
out
black men.
because
I don't. My
they're
anxiety
just
goes through the roof.
up on them. We were and this happened in Atlanta, right? I was
Oh
going to
God.
see my
Fun.
brother because he lives out there. Well, he lives in the outskirts, but um, you know, we went and seen them, and those little stores at the airport. We're sitting there. We just flew in, and my
Oh, where you
daughter's
can get like souvenirs and stuff like that.
yeah. She was going. I She was going to get something to drink, and then before we head out of there, because that airport's so freaking big.
Oh,
Because
Atlanta Airport is
oh god,
ginormous.
um, I know it pretty well because I've been there so many times. But I mean,
Right.
you got to go downstairs, and then you go through. You have the train on the side, and then you have the what you call it, where you walk through, and it's moving like kind of like a flat escalator.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get in there, and then you go upstairs, and you ride another train, and to get to the rental car place. But anyway, um, my daughter went into a store in the sky, and she was only like 16, right?
Oh, she was a baby.
Yeah, and my daughter, my youngest daughter, she's 22 now, but she still looks like she's a teenager, right?
They'll be babies until they're like 30. I'm
Right,
sorry.
right. But she was in the store, and this black dude approached her, and this guy almost looked my age, like he was trying to talk. And me and my wife saw it, so we jumped up and walked to the store, and I was like, it, "Is there a reason why you're trying to talk to my daughter?" And my wife's
Oh,
and my wife's
Exactly.
sitting there, and he's like, "Oh no, sir, I was just saying hi." And I'm like,
Uh-huh.
I bet
Hmm.
he was shocked when he saw who her daddy
"Yeah,
was.
Dad,
yeah," and then she was
because
like,
obviously Brent's daughters and my daughters are preferences.
"Yeah, they are the
Yeah,
preferences." Yeah,
but
We
you
have
know
to
what
watch
happened?
them. We have
I'm
to
sorry.
watch them like hawks.
but what happened
Wow.
is he said, "Oh, I was just saying hi," like, and then he left right away. Um,
Wow.
but my daughter was like, he said, she was like, "Dad, he asked me out," and she was like freaked out, like, "What is this?" And I'm like, at
Mm,
an
mm, mm.
airport, like, I don't know, that was just weird.
Isn't
But
it amazing? Isn't it amazing that they hate the black woman, but they want your daughter?
oh
Exactly.
yeah,
Is
oh they
isn't that
yeah,
amazing?
Oh no,
And when they
they don't necessarily hate. they only hate the black woman once the woman has matured mentally and emotionally to the point where she's not going to fall for the BS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When it's little black girls, they like them
Right,
Yeah.
because they don't think that they know the game. They don't
because
think
they
that
can
they're
manipulate
seasoned.
them.
Right,
Yeah.
so they think, unless we teach our daughters better.
Right.
Okay,
Okay, because
and that's what's happening.
honestly, when I was a little girl,
Mhm.
and excuse me, we lived probably 8 blocks away from a small mall. It was small, but it was popular. And I was allowed to walk there because you could just walk through the suburbs and cross one major street and you're there. So
Mhm.
my mom allowed, us girls to walk to the mall. No problem. We did it all the time. And here I am walking home from the mall. I have my little bag from Claire's boutique. I'm so proud of myself, because I got it with my babysitting money.
Mhm.
And I was like planning in my head, planning my outfit that I was going to wear my new hair bow with at the roller rink that night because it was a Saturday, and it's broad daylight. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday, and this car starts slowly like pacing me. I mean, not even following behind me. I mean, pacing me so that the passenger window was like right. I could look right in the passenger window. And it's
Mhm.
summertime. Okay. So the windows are down. There's at least 5 black guys in this car. Um, they are all anywhere between 16 and maybe 20.
Okay.
And they're following me down the street, and they're not hooting and hollering and being loud, but the passenger was like, "Hey baby girl, you looking pretty," and I mean just trying to sweet talk, and I'm just like, my brain was like, this is so weird. What?
Mhm.
They don't even know me. What do you
Right.
mean? And it got to a point where somewhere my grandmother's words popped into my head that said, keep yourself safe.
Mhm.
And I was like, okay, they've been doing this for like 4 blocks. I'm almost home. I can't walk all the way home and let them see where I live, but I'm walking and I'm 13. I can't just like zoom off to the other side of town. I can't do that.
Right.
Right.
And I can't walk another half an hour to the police station. I can't do that. So I panicked, but it was a good panic. You know what I mean? A safety panic.
Hey, hey, after you're done, I got a question to ask you, ladies.
Okay.
And okay, well, as soon as you're done, I
Okay.
go ahead.
And it was like a keeping myself safe panic. And
Right.
I was in my neighborhood that I had grown up in, and I literally at one point just took off running, and I started jumping fences in backyards. But I knew the fences that I was jumping were I knew where all the dogs lived. I knew which houses had friendly dogs, which houses didn't have friendly dogs. I'm jumping fences. I'm running between houses. I literally lost these guys in my neighborhood because I knew where to go. And I got home, and at the time, we had a big old dog in our backyard, which was a wolf hybrid. He was huge. He was close to 250 pounds. Big dog. and I jumped our fence, and our dog came running, and I was so, my anxiety, that's where my anxiety started. I was so freaked out that I literally crawled into his doghouse. I didn't go in the house. I crawled into his doghouse, and this big dog crawled in with me and literally protected me. And this was like a car that had a loud muffler, and it had like loud music playing, and I could hear them circling our neighborhood. I could hear it getting faint, and then I could hear it getting louder, and I was terrified to come out of that doghouse because I
Wow.
didn't want them to know where I lived. And that happened to me a couple of times. It happened again when I was 17.
Mm.
Like predators. Like predators.
Yes. So I
Mhm.
grew up not trusting Black men because, for one, my dad split when I was like 5, and my sister and I saw him maybe 3 times in 12 years,
Mm.
and he'd show up with $20 at McDonald's. Are you kidding me? But we grew up in a house, a 5-bedroom house in the suburbs, with cable, with a pool. Yeah, we went to private school. That was my mom.
Right.
Um, wow. Hey, I got something to ask you,
All right.
Mhm.
you ladies, and tell me what you think, because this is something that I'm seeing, right?
Okay.
Okay.
What do you guys think about white men with red hair?
Oh, the gingers are adorable.
Okay. Um, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you a story, right? Okay, I went to high school reunion, right? And I graduated in '89, right?
Same.
And this is several years, right? And
Excuse me.
I talked to this woman that I dated back in the day, and it was
Okay.
just temporary. And she says, "Wow, you changed." And she was saying, "Man, I used to love your red hair because when I was in high school, I had red hair. It
Aw.
wasn't it wasn't bright red. It was a dark red, but she said
Mhm.
she loved it. She thought it was awesome, right?" And I was like, "Oh, really?" Because with white people, red hair ain't really a big thing. Not in today's world. It's like blonde hair and blue eyes, right? That's the so-called preference in the white community, right?
Right.
But white people really don't. They think it's a beautiful thing, but it's not a deal breaker, right?
Mhm.
But I've heard black women say they love white men with red hair. I've heard black men say they like white women with red hair. And I'm like, what is the red hair thing? Because I had it back in the day and I didn't think it was anything unusual, but black women loved it. But and here's the thing, and I'll share this with you guys. Um, my son, um, he looks like me, but yet he's much bigger, stronger. He's got muscles. He's a lot better looking,
Stop it.
and a lot smarter, right? No, I'm being honest. I'm not saying I'm an ugly guy, but I don't have it like my son's got it. I'm just going to say it. But I talk to my son and I say, and he's in the army and he dates and does this and that. And I talk to my son about black women, and I'm not trying to force him to date black women, but the thing is I've been blessed by black women my whole life, really have. Now, not all black women have liked me, of course, but the
Right.
ones that have showed me true love, and it's been a beautiful experience. my wife is amazing.
Sandy
She,
is awesome.
yeah, she's like all I ever wanted in a woman and more than I ever deserve, right? So I want
Mhm.
my son to be blessed like I am. I want
Hmm.
my
Right.
son to be with the best woman he can have, one that's
Hmm.
going to
Mhm.
love him with all her heart. I want that for my son.
Right.
And I think black women are the best option, not just for me, but for my son. I believe that. And I want my son to have the best. And I
Mhm.
believe black women are the best, right? So I've talked to my
Mhm.
son a lot about this.
Hmm.
Okay.
Well, he's dating this woman and he was afraid to tell me about her. And I'm like, and well, he talked to my oldest daughter because they're close like that. Um, and she
Hmm.
said, Dad, yeah, he's dating this woman. She's a white woman. She's got red hair. And I talked to my son, and I felt so bad because he felt afraid to tell me that he's with a white woman, which he grew up in a white community, and he's biracial. So,
Hmm.
and I felt bad. And it wasn't that I was telling him, you have to date this group of women. I think it's the best because I want him to be with who he loves, right?
Right.
Mhm.
And I felt so bad. I felt like, and I had to have a talk with him. I said, son, you be with who you love. But the reason I speak highly of black women, I said, look at your mother. Look how much she loves me. Look how much she loves you and your sisters. I said, son, black women have been such a blessing to me my whole life. And I just want you to have the best of the best. And that's how I see black women.
Mhm.
But I just I felt bad because I didn't want him to feel like he couldn't tell me who he's with, like he's got to do what I want him to do, and it wasn't like that at all.
Right.
And but I guess he's crazy about redheaded women. I don't
That's
know.
okay. That's okay because
No, no,
honestly,
yeah,
my
that's
son,
okay.
my daughters,
Mhm.
um, my daughters have gone always dated guys that had like the personalities and the
Mhm.
traits of their dad.
Yeah,
Um, and you just can't find that in a black man. So one
right,
daughter is with an Italian guy, and my other daughter is with a guy that is of Irish heritage.
right.
Um, Now, as far as my son, um, it's kind of weird because on the outside looking in, you would think that if my son wanted to be with a woman like his mom, he would date a black woman.
Right.
But his mom, I'm not a typical black woman. He's not dating he didn't date and he didn't marry the kind of woman that looks like me, but he married the kind of woman that um, has a similar personality to me
Oh, snap. Yeah, I get it.
and
And
similar values and goals and um, a similar style to me.
mhm.
And I'm not the typical black woman. I don't like rap music. I don't
Right,
like Tyler Perry
right,
movies. I don't like any of that stuff. So
right.
the girl he found, which matches me, like
Mm.
as far as personality, turned out to be she's mixed race. Um, and it's weird.
Oh my God.
It's
So I
weird,
have a question.
but
Oh, I'm
they
sorry. Go
met
Yeah,
ahead.
go,
they met in college,
Yeah.
Okay.
but it's weird because her mother is black and her father is Mexican.
Oh
Right.
wow. Okay. So they have
Okay.
they're a lot alike then because they both come from interracial relationships where
And
there's
they
a
both
black woman and a non-black man, so
and
they
they both
understand each other.
come both come from black moms.
Mm.
Right. So they are a lot of they are on the same wavelength. So they
Yeah,
probably talk real good together. They've been through the same experiences,
yeah.
you know, because the
They went off
mother,
to college together. I mean,
yeah.
when they met,
Hmm.
they were 8 years old. Um,
What? Oh, that's so
yeah.
cute.
We
Wow.
were myself and my son were in my friend's wedding. It was like a beach wedding in Indiana,
Okay. Okay.
and we were literally on the beach. And he's 8 years old, and he wants to go swim. And I'm like, dude, you're wearing a tux. You're wearing a rented tux. You're not going in the water. We didn't bring trunks. No, we're not going swimming. And he had such a cow for days that less than a week later, my husband was like, okay, I'm taking this kid to the beach where your friend got married because he won't shut up about it. I have a day off.
Hmm.
I'm taking him. They met at the beach, and um I guess they played in the sand and they splashed each other with what they had a big old ball. And when they got home, my husband came up to me because I didn't go. He came up to me and he handed me a piece of paper, and it had a name and a phone number on it. And I was like, are you getting phone numbers from random women now? And he's like, oh no, this is for your son. And I was like, what?
Wow.
This little girl walked up to my husband and said, this is my phone number, and I'm not giving it to CJ because his hands are wet and I don't want him to smear it. So her mother and I started calling each other, and we kept in touch. They didn't go to school together until they got to middle school when they were 12. So for like 4 years, our families kept in touch, and literally every weekend we were going to her volleyball games. They were coming to his baseball games. Um, if they went to the movies, they would
Hey,
come and pick him up. If we went roller skating, we would go and pick her up.
Hmm.
And they were best
hey.
friends. And they went off to
That's
college
beautiful.
together. They made sure to
Hmm.
go to the same college. They went off to college together, graduated together. They went to the same middle school, the same high school. They graduated high school together. They graduated college together. They settled down together in North Dakota. You know, he's working in radio, she's a nurse, and
Oh wow. Okay.
and they just bought a new house. Um
Wow.
and he's still kind of working at
Yeah.
our family trucking business in Indiana, so he has to go back and forth a lot. Um what they wanted, they brought the property to
Okay.
save it for their daughter in North Dakota. That's going to be their daughter's. Um, and as soon as she's finished with however long her contract is in North Dakota, they're going back to Indiana because we signed over our big house, our main property, the business, everything in Indiana to him. So as
Okay.
soon as she's done with her nursing obligations, then she's going to transfer back to our hometown. They're going to move back into the big house, you
Hmm.
know, and they're going to rent out the place in North Dakota. And they have a daughter who was born on my birthday.
Hey,
Oh, wow.
Yay!
oh,
And
hey,
she's 2 years old now. And yeah, the North Dakota property is already hers, but they'll rent it out until then.
Right.
hey, I was just thinking about something you said.
Yeah.
And this woman my son's with, I'm eager to meet her because I'm thinking, okay, and here's my thought. I
Mhm.
kind of figured my daughters would be with men like me.
Mm-hmm.
And they are. They're military men, right? They're white
Mm-hmm.
men. It's almost like my wife says, "Wow, your daughter's married this guy because he's you." In
Exactly.
in a younger time, but I figured my son, because my wife and my son are really close.
Yes.
We're all close, right?
But
Mhm.
Sandy is like
I,
me. She's not a typical black woman. So,
she's not.
but
It
I
may,
bet if you look at your son's girlfriend's personality, it will match his mother's.
yeah, and I'm thinking that I haven't met the girl yet, but I know she's a white woman with red hair. Something about black people with red hair, I
I
think.
bet she's a cutie patootie.
Yeah, well, for the picture I seen, she is attractive. I'll give her that. But I always figured my son would be with a black woman because my wife is amazing, and because you know I I just thought I'd pass that down, but apparently
But
not. No,
but
no, no, but
divested black women do not have the same type of personality
you're
and
right.
don't give the same kind of love and don't have the same kind of family and morals and values as your average black
Right,
woman.
right.
So it's different.
Mhm.
Okay, so no, I get what you're saying. So maybe she's just like my wife. I'm thinking that because,
She
uh,
probably is.
yeah, and I'll find out though.
I
Right.
bet I
But
bet when Sandy meets your son's girlfriend, they will hit it off like gangbusters. They will be two peas in a pod,
I hope
sitting
so.
in the corner, giggling and talking about you guys. And oh yeah, because that's the way it is with me and my son's wife.
But what's weird, and look, I think you could be right because my wife, and check this out. You guys know my story. My parents were teenagers, um, and I was raised by my father.
Mm-hmm.
Um, my wife is not like my mother. She's not,
No.
but she's like my father. It's crazy. Um, and you say, "Well, that's weird."
No,
He's
it's not weird. Tree
he's
said Tree said that
okay.
I'm a lot like his father. I am laid
Okay,
back, calm, cool, chill. It is what it is. I mean,
Mhm.
I me and his father, we oh my god, that's my
okay,
dude.
okay.
Right.
But let me finish this. But my wife is like my father,
Mm-hmm.
and this is crazy. And because my dad is organized, he's neat, he has everything in order. I'm not
Yep.
like that, right? I got it together, but I'm not like neat and everything just so perfect. My dad is like that. My wife is like that. Oh
Mm-hmm.
my god. And my son is like that.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my daughters, we're not like that. They kind of took after their father, right? But
Exactly.
but my wife, my son, and my dad are like kind of like a reproduction. But maybe that's what's going on. Maybe she's like my wife. I don't know.
I wouldn't
I,
be surprised if she
I,
is.
I was kind of surprised, but then again, I'm like, well, the environment he's in, the
Mm-hmm.
women he's been around, and like you're right, my wife isn't like the typical black woman.
No.
I mean, she's like you, Indiana mom. She grew up in the suburbs. She grew up mostly around white people. I found my black wife in the most the biggest white neighborhood in my town. I did.
Mhm.
People laugh at me. They say it's so funny. You went to a white community to find a black wife. That's funny.
Right.
Um, I mean, her neighborhood was more white than my neighborhood.
Mhm.
Her
Yeah,
neighborhood was
Tree said that well, Tree came out of the country like
right.
um he grew up in New Hampshire where it's like freezing cold 8 months out of the year and
Mhm.
blizzards, and like their nearest neighbor was
Yeah,
literally an area code away. They had to dial the area code to call their neighbor because it was a different area code. So they were very isolated. And I grew up as kind of a not really a city kid, but I had access to the cities all over the place. And I was a suburbs kid, private school kid. You, we're not the same. He is
Mhm.
outdoors. I, I don't do camping and hunting and stuff. No, no,
yeah.
no.
Mhm.
I
Uh,
can't.
Nolette
Mhm.
said maybe Brent's son isn't into black women. Well, he's dated black women. He has.
Hmm.
So I don't know if it's that. Look, my son, he's a good looking young man. Women love him, all races. He could go wherever he wants.
Mhm.
But maybe he's not into black women like that. Maybe he's not into them like I am. Um,
But I
but
think that black women have such a diverse
mhm,
um, personality type, depending on
right,
our environment, how we were raised. Um, and I understand now. My son, um, when he was younger, he had little dates here and there, little friendships with black girls growing up,
Mhm.
but it always turned out that he was like, they're too full of drama. Oh my God, mom, I can't do this because she said this and da da da, And I think when he was very young, I think he was actually consciously trying to find a girl like me and was only looking at black women because he thought that's what mattered. And as
right,
he got older and his friendship with Courtney just bloomed, he realized, wow, even though Courtney is a mixed girl, she's so much like my mom. It's weird.
Mhm.
right. No, it
Well, it's
just go ahead.
no. I was gonna say two things. I think it's different when your mom is black and your dad is white.
Yeah,
Yes.
The children that come out of that relationship, they tend to come out a lot differently than when their mother is a non-black and excuse me, when the mother is what, non-black and the dad is black.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Because your mother is your first teacher, and when a woman has a baby, that mother is like God to that baby, because the baby needs you to sustain their life. They need the mother's life force to sustain their life force. A lot of times too, I think, with one thing I'm kind of concerned with, because myself and my husband, we don't have children yet.
Mm-hmm.
I do not want my kids to marry someone that's anti-black woman.
Mm-hmm.
That's a concern to
right,
me,
right, right.
because see,
Mm-hmm.
that's a concern to a lot of black women, because we're so used to dealing with a world that the entire world, it just seems like it's anti-black woman,
Right.
anti-melanin, anti-female, anti-life force, anti-children, pro-ho, pro-self. So that's the biggest concern for me. So that's why, you know, yeah, it's like you don't have to ask those questions if your son ended up with a black woman or things like that. Um, I'm not gonna say, oh, all my children, you have, if your daughter, you have to get a woman that's, I mean, excuse me, get a man that's white. If you're my son, you have to get a woman that's black. I just, that's a concern of mine. I don't want them to end up with someone that's anti-black woman. Plus, you're
Right,
gonna see a
right,
lot of black women and white men are coming up financially. A lot of times, if people can't use you, they'll try to take advantage of your children. They'll try to get to you and your resources through your sons and your daughters. So that's something you have to really, I guess, teach your kids. You have to really see, you have to really examine and discern the sincerity in people, and are they really um who they claim that they say that they are. Because
right.
as black women, we've seen extremes. We've seen
Yes.
people just mistreat us brutally to the point of no return. To now, if you had a son, I'm sure Brent's your wife she probably knows this, and so do you, Miss Indiana Mom. If you
Hmm.
had a son, all of a sudden the white girls are like, "Hi, Miss Indiana Mom. Hi, so and so." Because they're trying to impress you, so they can impress your son. It's
Hmm.
like it switches up. So that's my concern. My kids not ending up with an anti-black woman person that's, which really would be a counterfeit, because you don't want that in your family,
Well,
because it's so many
honestly,
people.
my son is not. He's he's pro women, all women.
Mhm.
So, uh, if he's at a grocery store, he will hold the door open for any woman, no matter
Good.
age, race, nothing.
Right.
It
Mhm.
doesn't matter.
Good.
Um, if there's a woman that seems to be, or even a little girl that seems to be in
Mhm.
distress, he will help no matter what.
Mhm.
Okay. So with, I don't, I think it just kind of happened,
Yes.
but our kids chose uh, who they fell in love with based
Mhm.
on personality and compatibility.
Right.
And the 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 requirements that my daughters had grown up seeing from their father, um, all of those traits of being a gentleman, opening doors, paying the bills, taking care of them, protecting them, everything that they saw in their father, I'm sure if they would have seen that in any of the little black boys that chased them, they would have dated one of them, but they didn't see those traits in them.
Right.
So they ended up with white guys. And
Mhm.
like I say, the traits and the personality and compatibility that my son saw from me, he
Mhm.
found in a biracial a girl, you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
that's just how it happens. It's almost like
Right.
it's almost like my son had a very
Hey,
he had an easy time being able to find someone
Mhm.
that could match my personality, but my daughters, it was hard for them to find someone to match their dad's personality if you're looking in the biracial or black community.
Mhm.
It doesn't happen.
Right. And it makes a difference when the mother is black, like you said. And I'm just saying this, like you said, your son I mean, he of course he has you as his mother, but his wife, her mother was black and her dad was Mexican, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they both have an understanding of that type of biracial person. A lot of times when I'm not going to say all the time, but a lot of times when the mother is black and the dad is white, the children tend not to be as anti-black woman
And that's
because they.
because,
Right.
and also because
Right.
my son and his wife have been able to merge their cultures together.
Mhm.
Um, like uh the recipes for their food and holidays and traditions, they were able to merge those together so
Mhm.
that my granddaughter will be able to appreciate both sides. And that's
Right.
what we did naturally. It just happened.
Right.
Our
Right.
our traditions and
Hey,
holidays and everything
you
merged together. But that's
Mhm.
because my husband actually stuck around to be half of what our kids needed. And that's part of the
Exactly.
problem when it comes to white women and black men having a
Right.
biracial child. The
Mhm.
white woman ends up stuck with the child because
Mhm.
the man splits. So the
Mhm.
child, number one, doesn't really have a connection to her black side unless it's through her grandmother or her aunties doing her hair because her mother doesn't know how to do her hair. And
Mhm.
then the white side is usually condescending and mean to the child. They might invite them for holidays, but
Right.
their whole white grandchildren get the new bicycle for Christmas, while the mixed child might get uh, I don't know a frisbee,
Right.
you know. And so those kids, those biracial kids, grow up feeling less than and
Mhm.
not really understanding anything about their identity or where they come from or who they are because
Mhm.
their mom's family hates them and their
Mhm.
dad's family only wants them because they're light skinned. And
Mhm.
it's just very, very confusing for them. While
Mhm.
when you switch the parental races, they get an equal amount from both sides of the family. Like my husband's family, the minute my son popped out at the hospital, you could not rip that little boy out of my mother in law's arms. She was
Mhm.
like, "Give me that baby."
yeah.
And uh, t- literally, the nurses had to come and take him away from her so that they could do the little heel prick and whatever all little tests they have to do because my mother-in-law was not about to let go of her first grandson. It was not happening. And my father-in-law showed up with a little miniature baseball bat and a little football, and I mean Pop was
Mhm.
ready to go.
Mhm.
And then my side of the family absolutely adored all of our kids,
Mhm.
both sides of the family. And it's not like that when the parental roles are switched.
Unfortunately, yeah. And the thing is with I've seen, because I taught school for a while as well. Um, and even talking to like high school kids, they see the
Hmm.
difference when the mother is white and the dad is black versus when the mother is black and the dad is white. They even see
Right.
Absolutely.
the difference
You
in their friend because those are their friends. So it's like I think that if black men and non-black women had healthier relationships, everything else wouldn't have mattered when they had their kids because a lot of times when those kids are growing up in that particular household, they're taught to be there's an erasure of their blackness. So they don't really even get to learn about their black side. There's a
Mhm.
rejection from the whiteness, and things like that. But if that relationship was together for the right reasons, and if it was together for love as a collective, the child would have been okay from just from those two parents. So I think
Well,
it's just kind of unfortunate.
the problem
Yeah.
is that when it comes to um, interracial relationships,
Hmm.
um, black men and non-black women are are both coddled by their
Mm,
counterparts growing up.
Right,
they
Okay,
right.
are. Yeah.
and the black
Hmm.
community is opposite of every other community. It's
Yeah, we
We,
are.
backwards. We're
It's
backwards.
backwards. Yeah, we are.
Okay,
yeah.
so so when a black man gets with a non-black woman, both of them come into that relationship waiting to be pampered and
Served.
taken
Right.
care of and coddled,
Hmm.
Yeah.
and neither one of
Hmm.
them are willing to step up and take the lead role and do what they're supposed to do. While you take a black woman, especially a black woman, where black women, we have never ever been able to be traditional stay-at-home moms,
Hmm.
cooking and
Hmm.
cleaning and taking care of the
Hmm.
kids. You know,
Hmm.
we've never been able to do that. We've always had to
Right.
work for
Right.
generations. Okay.
We went
And
straight
that's
from
what
the plantation to the workforce.
exactly. And that's what we've always wanted.
Right.
And actually, if you take us out of the workforce and put us with a reliable man that actually works and pays
Yes,
all
yes,
all of the bills and
yes,
buys us a car
Not
and
yes.
just the light bill.
no,
Oh,
no,
oh, or the mortgage,
all
and you pay the mortgage.
no,
Yeah.
all of the bills. Okay.
Right.
And she has nothing to worry about. She doesn't have to worry about anything. And in fact, she has her own bank card or credit card
Hmm.
to do her shopping and the stuff that she
Hmm.
needs to get done. And you
Hmm.
let her stay at home and take care of those babies and run that
Hmm.
household. That
Hmm.
is a perfect traditional family.
Right.
Hmm.
You know what's amazing is I've said this so many times. Black women, they could be a traditional woman and a professional woman, and
Hmm.
it's like they could turn the switch at a drop of a hat. They really can. My
Okay.
wife has done that. She's been at home with the children when they were little, and she's been successful in the corporate world. There's no other woman I've seen that can pull it off like black women. Be it a lot of women, they're either traditional or professional, but black women can do both, and
Hmm.
and, and they can do it well, regardless of what path she chooses, and they could go back and forth with that.
Hmm.
Um, and to me, that's the most traditional woman out there that can adapt and overcome. Because
Yes.
let's face it,
We didn't
what
have a
is really,
choice.
yeah, what is really traditional? Because I my last video I said, why are these passport bros going out there? Where I said black women are the most traditional women, and they're all over the place, right?
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, some people said, okay, where are they at? Well, these traditional women that don't have fake nails, weave, uh, all the tattoos, all this stuff, right? And I made the comment. I said, you know what? Or single mothers, right? What is the definition of a traditional woman? We could put all kinds of things in being a traditional woman, right? My
Well, the thing
grandmother.
is that
No,
all women
well,
are capable
hold
of being
on.
traditional women. We have to
Right,
have
right. Let me
traditional men.
finish. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, but what I'm saying is we can all have different definition of traditional. Like my grandmother, she never
Hmm.
drove, she never worked,
Right.
She took care of the household. My grandfather worked 6 days a week, right? Some
Right.
would say that's traditional. Okay. Well, we're in a different world. My wife, I consider traditional.
Mhm.
Now, she has worked. She does drive a car. Yeah, she gets her nails done. Oh my God, that's not traditional. She's worn a weave. Oh no, all hell breaks loose, right? Um, I'm just like, but I don't look at that type of stuff. When I look at
Right.
traditional, it is a woman that loves you with all her heart, that
Mhm.
that that is a good wife and a good mother,
Okay.
and is loving, loyal. That's traditional.
Right.
Okay. Now all these other crap. I mean, my wife got her nails done because we went to go watch the Dallas Cowboys play, right? Both
Okay.
my
Right.
wife and daughter got their nails done. Oh, oh well, it's pretty cool. They had, you know, but some would say that's not traditional. I want a woman that's totally natural, no fake nails,
Mhm.
no just natural hair, no tattoos, no woman that's a
Right.
single mother. And I said, you know what? Everything you said, that's not a traditional woman. I could give you a traditional woman that
Mhm.
Right.
that does have a weave, that does have fake nails. I could give you a traditional woman that is a single mother with a child, okay?
Mhm.
Or a woman that has a tattoo. She's a traditional woman. People say, what are you
Right.
talking about? Well, here's the thing. Okay, because of my faith, I don't wear tattoos because I don't believe in marking the body, right? That's just me.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
But if I'm with a woman and I love her and she's got a tattoo, I can accept that.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. And maybe she back in her younger days, that was cool. Now she don't believe in it, but it's done. Okay.
Okay.
A single mother that has a child could be the most traditional woman on the planet.
Right.
Just maybe when she was young, she fell in love with a guy. They had sex, and she thought he was going to marry her. It didn't work out. She's a single mother.
Right.
Okay. Now, are we looking for a traditional woman? Or are we looking for a perfect woman that has no flaws? Because here's the thing,
Mm.
you can find the most beautiful, amazing traditional woman that has all that stuff that men would say that's not traditional.
Right.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
if she has a child out of wedlock, if she has a tattoo, if oh my God she has a weave, uh, are we gonna put a scarlet letter on her and say, you know what, you can never be traditional
Right.
because you blew it. One strike, you're out. Well, if we're going to do that, then us men damn sure will never be traditional because I, I mean, people are people. And,
Mhm.
and my thing is I've seen men that are married, women that are single mothers, and all this stuff, and have the best wives ever, ever. And what's wrong with that? You marry a
Right.
woman you love. Okay, she has a child. You add another person to your family. As long as you love that child as much as your biological children, because you have to. Okay,
Okay.
children are innocent.
Mhm.
If you could do that, what's wrong with that? Why is that a bad thing? I've seen a
Right.
number of black men on YouTube say, "Don't get with a woman that has a child." You know, don't be a simp. Don't do this and that. And I'm like, and a lot of these guys have children with other
Mhm.
women. It's like you're a
Mhm.
hypocrite.
Mhm.
And I don't know. There's traditional women all over. It just we're not traditional men. That's the problem. I think
Right.
we're a bigger problem than the women. These passport bros are so modern, but they want a traditional woman. They're not a traditional man because the traditional man takes care of everything. A traditional
Mhm.
man provides, protects, pays the bills, gets the paycheck, and takes care of everything.
Right.
You cannot go 50-50 and expect her to be traditional because you're not traditional. Traditional means you are the head of the household. You are the one that goes to work. You're the one that brings money home. You're the one that pays the bills. You're the one that protects and provides. But we're not there. But yeah,
Hmm.
okay, 50-50, but he wants you to be traditional. It don't work.
Right.
You know what I mean? And look, sometimes people economically they both have to work. I understand that. Okay.
Okay.
But us as men, we got to have the mindset to where we want to protect and provide. Because if we don't have that, we'll always have to go 50-50. We can never pull ourselves out and take care of everything
Hmm.
because we don't have a traditional mindset. Therefore, we cannot be a traditional man. Therefore, we cannot ask the woman to be traditional. Does that make sense? I'm just saying.
That, yeah, that makes perfect sense. I have a question for you,
Absolutely.
Brent.
But the
Go
problem
ahead.
is that
Oh,
black
go ahead.
men will never
Yeah.
have the motivation to level themselves up
Hmm.
Okay.
to
Not at all.
other men's level. They
Right.
Right.
it's not going to happen. It hasn't happened for hundreds of years. And I hear black men right now talking about, oh, black women are just putting us down and hating on us
Yeah.
and it's like they forgot that black men have been hating on, harassing, abusing, putting down black women for generations. And
Hmm.
it's just now that black women are like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. We don't like
Hmm.
this play. We're going to switch it up. We're not doing this anymore. Now
Right.
Yeah.
suddenly it's a problem.
Right.
Okay. Hey, let me answer this. American Jonesy, just because they're not traditional doesn't make us not. Yeah, I mean that's right. I'm just saying men that want traditional women, they're not being traditional. That was
Right.
what I was saying. Yeah, you could be with a modern man and be a traditional woman. That can happen. And it could go vice versa. I'm just saying these modern men today, they want a traditional woman, but they want them to go 50-50. That's my whole that's the
Yeah.
problem I have. If
But traditional is not 50-50. Black
it's
men
it's not. No, I never said it was. I'm just
no
saying.
black men want the traditional aspect of she does all the cooking, she does all the cleaning, she does all the laundry, she
Yeah,
sweeps,
right.
she mops, she vacuums, she takes care of the animals, she takes care of the kids, she makes all the doctor's appointments, she goes to all the school functions, all that stuff that mom is supposed to do. But on top of that, mom is supposed to work full time and pay half the
Hmm.
bills, while he works full time, pays half the bills, and does none of the rest.
Right, right, right,
Hmm. Well,
right.
that's
No,
how they grew up. You know.
yeah,
It
That's how
is
they
how
grew
they grew
up.
up.
yeah,
You
and
know.
that's not right. You can't, and that's where a lot of BS is happening, where the man said, "Okay, we'll go 50-50, but you got to be traditional." But yet comes home, cleans the house, cooks, takes care of the kids, and he's tired from work, so he just don't do nothing. That ain't right.
Right.
No, that's just
Right.
that's
Right.
dumb. Yeah.
It is patriarchy on the budget. That's what they want. Patriarchy on
Yes.
the budget.
Right.
You know, and they want a lot of I have to take accountability and responsibility. I have to hold myself accountable as a black woman and being in the black community because I feel like with me, I didn't really stand up to black men. Like I you know, we got along to get along. I was being attacked so much in my own community. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I was being attacked on the south side of Chicago so much by people. And a lot of times I was just trying to get along with him,
Yeah.
get along to to move along. And
Hey
um,
guys, I'm
yes.
sorry. I don't mean to cut you. We're gonna have to end this soon. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I got to go to work.
Oh my
as,
gosh.
as fun
Okay.
as this is, no, go ahead and finish your point. I'm sorry.
Okay. But yeah, it's that I think that I'm gonna be quick. I was trying to get along with them because even through me getting along with them in the black community, I was being attacked by them. And I
Mhm.
think that they have been coddled and things like that. It's like a cycle that gained momentum. They have
Absolutely.
been coddled and things like that. And I was just going along with what everybody else was doing when it came to black men as far as coddling them
Uh huh.
because I was being attacked by them. And I felt like if I just went along with the program that they would stop attacking me because this has been going on with me since I was a child.
They're never going to
Another
stop
thing,
attacking.
yeah, I know. Another thing is because it's like a vicious cycle. Another thing is Brent. I mean, with me, I'm what you would consider a natural woman, I guess. I mean, I do my makeup and stuff sometimes, because I'm an
Yeah.
esthetician and makeup artist, but overall, I'm what you would consider that genetic phenotype of being a natural woman, the melanated woman with the dark skin and maybe that's the problem, the locked hair, the natural hair. A lot of these men, like you were saying, there's preaching that they want a natural woman. But see, I'm
Yeah.
not seeing that because they don't like my genetic phenotype. Maybe it's too natural. I don't know, but um I don't see that. A lot
Girl,
I
now
don't
you got
believe
Aretha
that
Franklin in my head.
I don't believe that they want natural women because cuz I was
Right.
natural and they were they found me genetically repugnant. So I don't know what they're talking about, maybe a lot of times these men they want to move the bar, they want women to be chasing, well, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Men, what do you want, men? But these are men that haven't won at anything. They're supposed to be asking the women, what is it that I can do for you? Chivalry is
Right.
dead. They're supposed to be earning the women. They're supposed to be working for the women, not the other way around. They don't want natural women. They don't want natural women. They want
Hmm.
whatever it is that can satisfy their low field sexual need. Okay?
Mm.
That's what they really want. So I don't believe that they want natural women. I don't believe that at all. I don't know where they're getting that from.
Yeah. I.
Maybe it's I'm asking you because that hasn't been my experience because I fit that
You know.
genetic phenotype of being natural
I.
and they don't want that either.
I don't think they do either. And here's my thing: when it comes to black women, whether they're natural or whatever, for me, I'm gonna be honest. I don't care. My
Mhm.
wife can wear a weave, or she's done it all. She's had weave. She wears her hair braided. She's done the natural thing. And if you ask me, what's better? I don't know.
Mhm.
I think black women are beautiful how they are. I don't really get into that. Oh my God, she's
Mhm.
got a weave. I don't. Oh, she's got to be natural. I think it's all good. I mean, whatever. To me, black women are beautiful no matter what hairstyle or whether they're natural or not. I don't care.
Right.
I just think they're amazing. And the thing of it is, and I never have.
Mhm. I
And,
just
and I,
mhm.
I,
Well,
I,
that's because
I, I, I think
the only men that have a
okay.
problem with the way women wear their hair, with their makeup, with the way they dress are black men. No
Right.
other men have a
I,
problem with it.
I, yeah,
Y'all don't care.
we don't. I don't.
Mhm.
I don't focus on that. I mean,
Mhm.
I like braids, right? I always have. I think black women with braided hair is beautiful. Um, and my wife wears her hair braided a lot because it helps her hair grow, and she knows I like braids. So she just, but if she chose to choose to switch it up, I don't care. I'm not into
Right.
it like that. I don't. To me, that's just stupidity. To me, hair and makeup belongs to the woman. Let the women deal with that. And as a
Exactly.
man, I mean, when it comes to that, what I have to do with it is I just pay for it. You like it? I tell my wife, you like it, you feel do it. See, you're happy, I'm happy.
Right.
That's as far as it goes for me. I think this weave, this makeup thing, I think these guys are just grasping at things to complain about. I don't think they
And
really care about that. Like I said, I've seen black men with black women that I'm around, and their women, their wives have weaves. They have they do these things that these guys complain about, and I'm calling BS on it
Okay, well,
because
the thing is that black men know they're on the bottom as far as
Mhm.
men.
Mhm.
So, in order to make themselves feel better about themselves, they can't compete with or go against other men. Okay, but at the same time, they can't go against Asian women because Asian men will have pushback. They can't
yeah.
go
Mhm.
against Hispanic men or Hispanic women or Spanish women because those men will come down on them.
Good
They
point.
definitely can't come against white women because the white men
Ooh,
will nip that shit in the
Mhm.
bud quickly. So
Mhm.
the
ooh.
only women they have to come down on are black women
Mhm.
because the black women have no protection. Why? Because black men are supposed to be our protection, and they never
Right.
were, and they never will be.
Right.
Oh, let me read this comment. So many white women with weave, perms, dreadlocks for black men to choose from, while cared about for all other differences. Our curly natural hair too fun. Fact: relaxer strengthen hair perms. Okay. I just saw this. I didn't read this all the way through, but tell me this, and I see this. How about
Mhm.
white women that get hairstyles, black women hairstyles,
Okay.
and that are with black men?
I really
Right.
don't care because I think
No, no, no.
black women hairstyles look ridiculous on white women. But if that's what they want to do, okay.
Yeah, I know you don't care, but what I'm saying is they don't care either. It's just when black women do it, it's a problem.
Right.
And look, a lot of these hairstyles that black women have, white women can't pull it off. I mean, some can. Don't get me wrong, but like braided hair, it's like
Mhm.
the hair texture is different from white
Mhm.
women and black women. And when
Mhm.
white women get their hair braided, a lot of times it's loose and it just don't look right. I don't know. I
Mhm.
mean, some
I
white
just
women can
yeah.
do it, but
I use yeah, I'm sorry.
yeah, but I'm just saying. There was
Right.
this white woman on YouTube, I guess, dating black men. Oh, I like my braids loose, and I'm thinking, what the hell? And black women, tell me, do you when you get your hair braided, do you like it loose? It's tight,
Mhm.
right? I know when
Mhm.
my wife gets her hair braided, it's really tight, and the first day if you touch it, she kind of cringe because it's really tight.
Mhm.
And usually braids got to be tight. Why would you have them loose? Because they'll fall out and just they it don't work. But
Right.
it's a different hair texture, And I know there was this one woman said, "Well, the Vikings had braided hair." Well, yeah, but it was a different braid. It wasn't like
Right.
they didn't have box braids. I'm just saying, they just like
Hmm.
had long hair and they braid it. You know, um, it was a different type of braid that black women have. But
Right.
yeah, white women with black women hairstyle, it just don't look right. Um, but there's no energy towards those white women that do that, that look freaking silly, and
Right.
white women wearing bonnets. How many black men are saying, you know what, that don't look good? What are you doing?
Right.
Silence, total silence. But
Right.
a black woman straightens her hair or wears a weave, oh my God, all hell breaks loose. And, and I'm like, a weave when it's put in looks good. It does.
Right. But
Why
I'm
don't
telling
we?
you, even when we're natural, they don't like that either. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
They
Even when
don't.
we are
They
in our
don't.
natural state of being, they don't like that either. I think they're just trying to move the goalposts and they want black women to feel insecure. Nothing that you do is right. So
Right.
a lot of
I
times
think you're
people
right.
with a woman, they'll attack her beauty. So if we always told men or a certain race of man, your penis is, your that area is not up to par. If they constantly kept hearing that, it will wear down on them. Telling a
Right.
woman that she's unattractive or that something about her looks is unattractive is like it's a way to break down her femininity. But
Right.
yet we're masculine according to them. So it's just a way for them to abuse you. It's psychological abuse. I'm just going to tell you as a natural woman, I've been natural for a long time since I was in after high school. I'm 42 now. They do not like natural black women. They like the
Mhm.
genetic There's aspects about black women that they like, but they like it on something that's not black. Does that you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They
That
like it
that
on
that's
something
kind of
that's not
weird,
black.
though.
It's real. It's weird. A lot of the Spanish women in Kissimmee, Florida, and in Orlando when I lived there,
Uh huh.
um, I had a lot of them tell me that because they're so, a lot because some of them are Puerto Rican. They have African ancestry in them, and they had bodies like black girls usually and things like that. But a lot of
Yeah.
them were saying that they were sick of black men because they're always trying to tell them to be like black women, be like black women, be like black
Right.
women. And no woman wants to be told to be like another
Oh.
woman.
Oh. That's crazy. When you said that, I'm just thinking it's kind of like it's kind of like a gay person. Let's say like a gay man wants a man that's feminine or wearing
Mhm.
a dress, right? It's like,
Mhm.
why don't you just get a woman? Because it don't make sense, right? Or or
Well, yeah. Mhm.
or say a woman that's a lesbian, but with the other woman that looks like a man. It's like,
Right.
just
Well,
get
it
a
does.
man, right?
Right, but it does make sense because it's about sex. It's like they
Oh,
don't.
okay,
For
yeah,
instance, they may want a woman. They'll tell the homosexual man to be a transgender to put on a dress. Okay, he may be a transgender, but he still has his unit. You understand what
yeah,
I'm saying? So
right,
it's like they
right.
they want a woman, but they may want a woman, but they want the woman to have a unit. See, the
Oh,
reason
okay,
they're
yeah, it's
doing all
kind
of
of
that,
twisted, yeah,
yeah, it's twisted. The reason they're doing all this
yeah.
back and forth is because they're under the sexual agenda of the worship of the anus. A lot of these men, and this is what the
Oh my God,
transgenders and homosexuals are.
I might have.
A lot. I'm sorry. They
No,
want to be treated. They want in the bedroom. A lot of them want to be treated like they're the woman. They want
oh,
to be treated like they're the woman. This is what they're telling me. This is the intel I'm getting now. I'm not making this up.
yeah.
They're telling me a lot of I've had the transgenders tell me a lot of these black men, they want that area the behind back there, they want that to be treated like a vagina. They're not even interested and concerned in using their genitalia. So it's like they're trying to run back and forth between black women because a lot of us don't provide those services. They're trying to run to other races of women and switch it up and stuff. It's just a lot of confusion. But
Yeah.
a lot of it has to do with the sexual operation. It's certain aspects about Black women that they like, but they don't feel sexually attracted to us. But they want to take aspects of what they like and put it on something that they have a sexual connection with. It's really demented because they
Yeah.
need to
That.
fix their own sexual degeneracy. They need to fix their own sexual degeneracy. They went from natural relations to unnatural ones. So they're basically like trying to build a bitch. I mean, that's just what it is. I
Right.
tell them because I'm in Atlanta. Well, this is happening everywhere. But before I met my husband, these males, they're looking for women to do that. That's disgusting. That's what because they've worked down to that. That's why they like the transgender or the homosexual male because a lot of them do that act. So
Wow.
that's where it's about that the well, it's about the sex. That's where they're at. So they see the Black woman as incomplete now. They see the preference as incomplete now because we're not equipped to do what they're looking for and pay the bills and go half and be traditional and do the worship of the anus. They want all of that. There's no such thing. What they're looking for does
Right.
not exist.
It's
And
a
they have to,
contradiction.
yeah, it's a contradiction. What they would have to do is look within themselves, but we keep telling you they're not going to do that. It's done. It's a wrap. Patriarchy is finished. Let's move on.
Right. Hey guys, I gotta end this. This is getting late. Hey
Oh,
Alexander, what's going on? How's it going, bro?
Not much. I've been listening, and I agree with every with every point that was made tonight. And I'm planning on doing a live about doing a live about the conversation as well. Um,
Okay.
and and all I have to say is, I'm a Black man and I love Black women, and it it really it really upsets me when black when other Black men put Black women down. It really does,
mm-hmm,
because because they came from a Black woman, and I think they secretly, and now that I think about it, I think they secretly hate their mothers as well.
Mm.
mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm,
Why would you do that? And here's the thing: I can't. When I look at these black dudes that are running the white women and Asian women, but trash the black women, because here's my thing. When it comes to love and marriage, for me, it's black women. When it comes to, I look, I've never felt that way about white women. I never felt like I wanted to be intimate with white women. And call me a weirdo if you want, but black women have my heart. Which, and here's the thing, and for me, that's true love, because that's what I want when it comes to
mm-hmm,
spiritual, yeah, physical, emotional. It's black women for me or nothing. Now I love white women. They're beautiful women. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not into them like I'm into black women. Does that make sense? My wife
mm-hmm,
is a black woman because I deliberately made that happen, because I
mm-hmm,
wouldn't. That's who I. That's where my heart belongs. Now that
mm-hmm,
don't mean I have to hate women that look like me. I don't. Um, and there are white women that don't feel that way about white men, and I get it. I understand it. I don't hate it because I know where they're coming from. Um,
Right.
but I warn them. I say, you know, God help you, but I'm just saying. But I love you. I hope you find that Denzel. That's a good man. But and I let it go at that. But the
Mm-hmm.
thing of it is, that's where my heart is, and a lot of people don't understand that. They say, well, and I think a lot of men and a lot of black men, they say you're around all these white women. Why would you chase a black woman that's not common in your area? Well, let me tell you something. Because black women are a better option. Now, does that mean black women are going to love me more than white women or Asian women? No, they're not. And that's okay. Because I only need one woman to love me. And my thought process is there's a black woman out there that loves me, and I will find her. Come hell or high water, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I found out that there's a lot of black women that are open to interracial relationships. There's a lot of black women that love white men. And
Mm-hmm.
what I found that was a beautiful thing is like I was looking for the black woman, and there was the black woman looking for me. And that is a blessing in itself. And when you don't expect it, that is the most amazing thing ever.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I could talk all night about this. Guys, I got to get to bed.
Okay.
All
But
right.
We
hey,
don't mean to keep you.
yeah, but I enjoyed the discussion.
Yes.
Genesis, it's always a pleasure
Yes.
talking to you. Indiana Mom,
Thank
I
you.
love talking to you. And Alexander, love you, bro. But hey, guys,
Yes.
I gotta close this out. But I'm gonna give you guys um to give a closing statement before I shut down and give your final thought. And I'm going to be coming on Sunday evening, okay?
Okay. Okay.
And we're going to have a good show then. And it's about protecting black women and well, anyway, but we'll start with Genesis and then Alexander and then Indiana Mom. Okay?
Okay.
So you
Okay.
want to
A
give a
closing
close?
statement.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you, Brent, for having this platform. We're gonna, if everybody can press that like button real quick, everybody in the comment section, if you're still there, press the like button because we have to support Brent
Oh,
with this
thank you so
channel. This
much.
channel is groundbreaking, Brent. This channel, seriously, there's no other channel on YouTube like it. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet. This is a groundbreaking channel. I know that the future is going to be bright for you. I tune in every time you go live, and that's pretty much it. I just want to say, just give out blessings, and we're just going to keep working on it and keep it thriving because this is the only channel, the platform where I feel like I totally fit in. You know, um, it's like the high school days that I never had because I was an outcast.
Right on.
And thank you, Brent, for giving me a voice. You know, thank you for giving me a voice, and that's all I can say. Just thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. You always have a voice here, Genesis.
Thank you.
And big love to you and your husband. Um, you know,
Yes.
give him a hug and kiss tonight.
Hmm.
And you know what? God bless you and
Hmm.
your husband. But yeah, you're always welcome here.
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much.
much. That means a lot to me. Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. Okay. All right, Alexander, buddy, what's going on?
Well, I want to say I'm sorry I got up here. I apologize for coming up here late.
Oh, no
Um,
worries.
yeah, but yeah, this is a really good conversation. Um, I think sometime in March, um, uh, I think we should collaborate again because you have um m- more foresight than that I believe that no other that most black men don't have. And again, it's always fun chatting with you, and I hope we can do collabs again.
Oh yeah, of course. All right. Thank you so much, Alexander. Good to see you, bro. Okay, Indiana mom.
Hey, um, I'm just going to say thank you for opening your channel for a safe place for Black women to have these kinds of discussions and to be vulnerable and open ourselves up. Um, Beyond that, I want to encourage Black women of all ages and all nationalities that are watching and listening. If you're fed up, open up your options, like Brent said. Open your options. But first, take a year, 2 years, be single, get some therapy, work on yourself, make yourself happy, and then branch out. And it doesn't matter if you decide to stay single or if you decide to date a woman or if you decide to date outside your race. You need to make yourself happy. You can't make anyone else happy if you are unhappy. Period. Thank you.
Right. Oh, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Genesis, thank you so much, young lady. It's always a
Thank you.
pleasure. Alexander,
Thank
thank you,
you.
brother. And Indiana mom, young lady, thank you so much. And everybody in chat, thank you so much for your support, for your love. Uh, to me and my wife Sandy, I love you guys. Look, I'll keep doing this as long as YouTube will let me. But I just want you to know I love you. Black women, let me tell you, I've loved you ever since I was, well, I thought it was 4 years old, but my mom says ever since I started walking. But you know, I've loved you all my life. Black women, you are amazing. You're beautiful. You're the most beautiful woman on earth. And you know what? I deliberately chose to be with you. And whether you like me or not, whether most of you liked me or didn't like me, it didn't matter. I loved you from the beginning, and I always knew you were the best option, and you have blessed my life beyond belief, ladies. And whether as a black woman, whether you're 20 years old or 80 years old, all you ladies have aura about you. You ladies have, a lot of love in your heart. The essence of a black woman is just so beautiful and amazing. And the love that you have comes straight from above. And ladies, put yourself first, please. I hate seeing black women settle for less. I hate seeing black women heartbroken, you know. And I just say, and when I see black women happy and doing good, it don't matter whether I know you or not. I just love seeing it, and I thank God for it. Ladies, just remember, you are the best option. You get the best option. Okay? Straight up. Regardless of what that man looks like. Or if you don't want to be with a man, you want to, just love yourself. Give yourself the best option, ladies. Please. You're too beautiful. You're too valuable. You're too much of a treasure. And let me tell you something. I always thought that Black women were always so beautiful, and I always felt I wasn't worthy of being with a Black woman. And when I grew up and matured and really seen things for what they really are, I didn't just think I wasn't worthy to be with a Black woman. I found out I'm not worthy. You're that good. You're that beautiful. You're that amazing. But I am thankful for my wife, the life I have, and you ladies that have shown me love. And I'm grateful. I'm so thankful. And the love you give me and Sandy, God bless you for that. You know what? I love you more than you will ever know. And I don't even have to meet you face to face. We're connected spiritually. We are.
Yeah.
But you guys have a good night. Ladies,
True.
Genesis, young lady,
Yes.
thank you so much. Indiana, mom, thank you, young lady. And my brother Alexander, you have a good night. I'll see you guys
Have a good
later.
night. Have a good
God
night.
bless.
Have a good
Okay.
one.
All right. I'll see you guys later.
All right. Bye
See
bye.
you guys. Bye. Have a good night. God bless.